Good evening. It's 6:36, and we have been in closed session. City Manager, do we have any actions to report?
No items to report at this time, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now reconvene to our City Council meeting. I'd like to welcome everyone joining us in the council chambers, along with everyone watching remotely to the first City Council meeting of 2023. We encourage the public to continue to stay civically involved by participating in the bi-monthly meetings. We ask that you treat one another with respect despite having a difference in opinion. This is where we can truly practice the principles of democracy. I hope everyone had a healthy and happy holiday. We are now 10 days in the new year and it's been the busiest 2 weeks already. Last week, we had the privilege of hosting guests from across the globe. The mayor, along with two city council members from Hwaseong, South Korea, along with 6 staff members, toured our city. They visited Torrance landmarks, met with students and administrators, ate local cuisines, and enjoyed many advantages of doing business, living, and working in Torrance. A Friendship City partnership with the city of Hwaseong could promote new business opportunities, international investments, along with cultural and educational exchanges. The opportunities are endless. I'm excited and hopeful we will be able to forge a wonderful working relationship with our new friends from Korea. Speaking of opportunities, a beloved local organization had the opportunity to showcase their work on a global platform last week. I want to congratulate the Torrance Rose Float Association on winning the prestigious President Trophy at the annual Tournament Roses Parade in Pasadena. This trophy recognizes the float with the most outstanding use of presentation of flowers. They were pitted against floats with much bigger budgets and teams, but thanks to our steadfast work of the organizational leaders, as well as the many dedicated volunteers, the Rose Float Association sees one of the most coveted awards. Congratulations on your great accomplishment and for continuing to be great ambassadors for the city of Torrance. And thank you, Councilwoman Kalani, for riding the float with us on the trophy award. As we move into the agenda again, thank you to everyone for joining us tonight in person or viewing our website, Facebook, YouTube, or City Cable. It is important to us that you have an opportunity to voice your comments. Public emails will continue to have a deadline of 2 p.m. on the day of council meeting. If you wish to make a comment, thank you for those of you who met today's deadline. They have been forwarded to council as supplemental material and will be entered into public record. Any emails submitted after the deadline will still be added to the public record. For all of you in attendance this evening, in just a few minutes, we will accept oral communications or public comments on items not on the agenda and consent items. Speaker cards are accepted before the start of the meeting and are entered into the speaker list. Those submitted after the meeting starts are not. You will still be able to speak once the list has been exhausted. You will have up to 1 minute per speaker for a period up to 15 minutes. The public may comment on administrative matters as they are considered. That's usually in section 9. And we'll allow 1 minute per speaker. And later on in our agenda, in the section 10, public comments on public hearings allow up to 2 minutes per speaker. The speaker clock starts as soon as you step up to the microphone. Time limits will be strictly enforced to ensure equal opportunity. We request that speakers keep their remarks brief and limited to the topic of discussion. At the end of the meeting, we'll have up to another 15 minutes for oral communications number 2, which will also allow up to 1 minute per speaker. Remember, you can only participate under oral communications once this evening or during this meeting. And at this moment, I want to recognize if there are anyone in our audience who is a military veteran or currently serving in the armed forces or in the reserves, please stand so we could recognize you. Now I ask you to please remain standing as the next item will be the flag salute from Councilman Kadri and an invocation led by Councilwoman Kalani.
Heavenly Father, thank you for allowing us to gather here today. Guide us to work together as a team with the goals of the right outcome for our future. We pray that we remember this as we discuss each agenda item during this council meeting. Allow us to remember that with your guidance, we will prosper. Let there be an abundance in all that is discussed. Bring calm and comfort to us. Bring calm and comfort to us all, and keep us all safe. Amen.
Thank you. Now on to the next item. I'll take a motion to waive further reading of resolutions and ordinances after number and title.
So moved.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're now moving on to item 4, announcements of withdrawn, deferred, and our supplemental items. City Manager.
Thank you, Your Honor. Honor, Mr. President, City Manager, we have the materials available online on the city website at torranceca.gov for the following items. 6A, proclamation declaring January 2023 as Torrance Serves Service Leader Celebration Month in the city of Torrance. Item 7, oral communications. Item 9B, City Manager, City Clerk approve request to subsidy for League of Women Voters, Torrance area for use of Toyota Meeting Hall. 9C from City Manager, discuss and provide direction regarding call-in option for oral communications. Item 9D, City Manager, approve side letter agreement between the Torrance Police Officers Association, TPOA, and Management, and Torrance Police Commander Association, TPCA, and Management. And lastly, 10A, Community Development, conduct public hearing, adopt California Environmental Quality Act CEQA exemption, and adopt ordinance amending Torrance Municipal Code by establishing a shopping cart retrieval and containment by owners ordinance. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. We're now moving on to item 5, council committee meetings and announcements. Tonight, we have 2 adjournments in memory of Lamar Milner and Christy Scatini. I'll have Councilman Griffith start off with the first adjournment.
I apologize. I misplaced my copy of that. Is there a copy I can get? Thank you. Oh, this is the wrong one. The other adjournment. I had the other. Oh, sorry. My apologies. I ask that we adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of Christine Scatini, who passed away December 16, 2022 at age 67. Christy was born in Torrance, California in 1955. After graduating from Torrance High School, she was hired by the FBI as a secretary. Later down the road, Christy gave birth to her only child, Daniel, and left the FBI to raise her son. She was then hired as a secretary with Magnavox, where she remained until they shut down. To continue to be the great provider that she was, Christy began working for the city of Torrance in 1998, from which she retired in 2018 after 20 years of dedicated service. Christy Scatini was a valuable member of the Community Development Department. Her organizational skills and knowledge of department policies and procedure were top-notch. Christy was someone who always had your back no matter what the issue was, whether it was to learn a specific department procedure or to help deal with a difficult patron. Christy was able to effortlessly balance everything on her plate and stay on top of everything. She was definitely a go-to person in community development. What Christy is remembered for most was her awesome sense of humor. Even something as simple as reminding staff members to submit their timesheets was made interesting through Christy's lighthearted jokes and funny photos. The mood was always warmer when Christy was around. She was very well loved and will be missed. Once retired, Christy moved to Elk Grove, California, to live with her son and his family, where she was able to watch her two grandsons grow up. Christy is survived by her son, Daniel, daughter-in-law, Brooke, grandsons, Mason and Dash, and sister, Carrie, her husband, Ron, and their children, Sarah, Stacy, and Noel. Our deepest sympathy is with the Scatini family, friends, and coworkers. Rest in peace, Christy.
Thank you very much. And the next adjournment would be for Lamar Milner. And I just want to recognize that the Milner family is in the audience tonight. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. It is my honor. I ask that we adjourn tonight's meeting in the memory of Lamar Milner, who passed away on Wednesday, December 7th, 2022, at the age of 89. Lamar was hired by the Torrance Transit on July 19th, 1992, as a bus operator and served the Torrance community for 21 years before retiring in 2013. With more than 32 years in public transit industry, Lamar served as a mentor to many employees in the transit department and was affectionately known to his coworkers as Papa or Dad. He taught them the necessary skills and knowledge required in transit and instilled in them his exceptional work ethic and pride in the full uniform dress code. And in 1993, in the early years of electric buses, Torrance Transit acquired a zero-emissions surface transit Zest bus, which was the largest battery-powered transit vehicle in the United States at the time. Lamar was the only bus operator that was able to drive the bus in a manner to maintain enough power in the batteries to keep the bus in service for the entire lunch shuttle schedule. Lamar supported many of the transit department's special activities, his favorite being the annual bus rodeos, at which he dressed the part in full Western gear from the spurs on his boots to a Stetson cowboy hat and vest, even dressing up his grandchildren as well and cheering on the participants. And prior to coming to the city of Torrance, Lamar served in the United States Army. Lamar then worked as a bus operator for Trailways and Greyhound bus lines, doing runs mainly from California to Las Vegas. He enjoyed sharing his career stories from his Trailways and Greyhound days, where he drove over 1 million miles, ensuring patrons reached their destination. He also worked with the Central Ohio Transit Authority and the Coda bus line as a bus operator. Lamar was the definition of hard work and stood firm on doing things his way. During his downtime, you could find him watching his vast collection of Westerns, listening to the blues, tending it to his yard, or shooting the breeze with lifelong neighbors and friends. Lamar was a vivid storyteller who recounted his younger years as if they had happened only yesterday. He was sharp-witted and gave it to you straight. He is survived by his beloved wife of 53 years, Dorothy Milner, his children, 2 sisters, Bessie Mae and Odessa, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, nieces and nephews, and a ton of extended family, neighbors, and friends. Lamar was indeed one of a kind. We will all miss him dearly. Our deepest sympathies is with the Lamar's family, friends, and coworkers.
Thank you both. And just for the record, I believe Councilman Griffith is the last reigning champion of the annual rodeo, the last time we had it. So he has a seat to defend.
Looking forward to defending that.
Next item will be from me. I'm going to ask with the concurrence of my colleagues to request that staff bring back an item to make March 28th, 2023 a City Council dark night due to conflicting conference commitments and anticipated absence. That will be the National League of Conference. Do I have concurrence? I received 7-0. Next announcement will also be from me. The annual Greater Los Angeles Homeless Count will take place this month. For the last 5 years, the City of Torrance has served as a deployment site and partners with the Los Angeles Homeless Service Authority, law enforcement, and community members to conduct the count. The count in Torrance is scheduled to take place on Wednesday, January 25th, 2023, at the Ken Miller Recreation Center. During the count, volunteers assist in counting those experiencing homelessness. Once the data is collected, it helps organizations advocate for the unhoused and allocate resources. Volunteers are needed and no prior experience is required to participate. Volunteers are needed to form teams of 2 or 3 members. If you are under the age of 18, you must volunteer with a parent or guardian. Teams can register together at theycountwillyou.org/volunteer. If you have any questions about the registration process, please contact Zelma Gent at zgent@torranceca.gov. Next announcement will be from Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. The Armed Forces Day Special Standing Committee met on November 15, 2022 to discuss the direction of the 2023 Armed Forces Day Parade and Celebration. Staff presented information and updates on the current preparation and planning status for the annual tradition, which has been postponed for the past 3 years due to the pandemic. As California Governor Gavin Newsom is expected to lift the state of emergency on February 28, 2023, the committee was asked to provide direction on whether or not the city will bring back the annual event in 2023. Armed Forces Day designation is set for Saturday, May 20th, which is when the parade would activities throughout that weekend, between May 19th and the 21st. Events have traditionally included a military concert, dignitary meet and greet luncheon, a dinner, exhibit site, and a 5K run and expo. I have a feeling Mayor Chen is going to be at the 5K run. Staff noted that Los Angeles Fleet Week is also scheduled to take place Memorial Day weekend, but would not impact the city's Armed Forces Day Parade and celebration. City staff will meet with members of the military later this month to discuss more details, including who will receive the distinction of being the honorary branch for this year's event. While the cost of the 2023 event was not estimated in time for the committee meeting in November, the gross estimated program cost for the 2022 was nearly $220,000. The Torrance Police Department anticipates a 2.3% increase in costs across the board. Staff has asked for council direction on the program and recommendations on the scale of the events for this year, keeping in mind the limited staff and increases in cost. Thank you. I believe I have
The next
another
one's yours too.
Yeah, I do. All right, so with the concurrence of my colleagues, both Councilwoman Lewis and myself, would like to request that staff bring back an item to supply every public building in the city of Torrance with an automated external defibrillator, or AED. I'd also like to request that employees receive training on how to use them in the event of an emergency. An AED is a portable life-saving medical device that can help a person suffering from sudden cardiac arrest. The device can analyze the heart's rhythm, and if necessary, it will deliver an electric shock or a defibrillation to help the heart reestablish an effective rhythm. The device offers quick emergency therapy and is operable by any lay person. Thanks to the Torrance Police Foundation, 49 AED medical devices along with 1 trainer unit was donated to the Torrance Police Department. Each of the Torrance Police Patrol vehicles are already equipped with an AED. Do I have council concurrence? Thank you.
You got 7-0 there. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. Every year, the National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day is recognized on January the 9th. We would like to take this opportunity to say thank you to all of the men and women of the Torrance Police Department that served and protect our community. We also want to recognize Torrance Police Chief Jay Hart and his steadfast leadership and guidance of the department. Chief Hart's vision of 21st century policing continues to bring change and reform to the department. The job of preserving public safety and quality of life within the city is no easy task. Every day, hundreds of calls are processed by the men and women of the police department, including the public safety dispatchers.
Excuse me, Councilwoman Lewis. I'm going to ask the public to not disrupt our public meeting. Thank you very much.
I'm going to go back and repeat some of the things that may have been outlined from the council. Chief Hart's vision of 21st century policing continues to bring change and reform to this department. The job of preserving public safety and quality of life within the city is no easy task. Each day, hundreds of calls.
The lady in the black that's disrupting our meeting, this is your final warning. If you continue to disrupt the meeting, along with the two ladies that's snapping their fingers, you will be ejected. This is your final warning. Councilwoman Lewis, have you concluded, or you may continue?
Would you like for me to start from the beginning?
Yes, please.
Again, each year, National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day is recognized on.
More people were killed in 2022 than any year before.
Mr. Mayor, if you will, I
Yes.
would like to just provide this to the police department at a later time
Okay.
during the meeting where it's not
The
interrupted.
three women, starting with the lady with the black sweatshirt, the lady next to her, and the lady in the red, you three are hereby ejected.
Black Lives Matter Los Angeles, and it's absolutely disrespectful that you have the nerve to sit here and have this meeting and talk about this nonsense when you know that you just had 4 cops terminated because there was a messaging scandal in this city that y'all still haven't addressed. You still haven't addressed it. You still haven't created a civilian oversight commission. You still haven't fired Matthew Concanis. You finally fired Anthony Chavez. Fire Matthew Concanis.
Ma'am,
Fire Matthew
you're
Concanis.
you're in violation of the rules of order.
Matthew Concanis.
You're hereby ejected.
Fire Matthew Concanis. Fire Matthew Concanis. Fire Matthew Concanis. Fire Matthew Concanis. Fire Matthew Concanis.
I am directing the Sergeant at Arms to eject the three ladies that are yelling, starting with the lady with the black and the two.
Nothing ever changes in this country without disruption. This is what democracy looks like. No, protest is what democracy looks like. We are approaching MLK weekend. You know how many times that man was... You know how many times he was beaten? Many of
I'm going to ask the audience, please don't engage, sir. I understand.
you sitting here are complicit. You are complicit.
The council will go to recess as they are ejected. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to reconvene from recess. And at this moment, I'd like to ask Councilwoman Lewis to repeat what she had attempted to say, which was interrupted.
Thank you, Mayor, and as an alumnus of the Torrance Police Department, it is my honor to celebrate National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day, which is recognized on January the 9th. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank all of our men and women at the Torrance Police Department who serve and protect our community. Also, we would like to recognize Torrance Police Chief Jay Hart and his steadfast leadership and guidance of the police department. And it is not easy to run a police department. Chief Hart's vision of 21st century policing continues to bring change and reform to the department. The job to preserve public safety and quality of life within the city of Torrance is most definitely not an easy task at all. Every day, hundreds of calls come through and are processed by our men and women in uniform and our public safety dispatchers daily, and it is a relief to hear the men and women on the other side of the line ready to assist. Thank you to all of the members of the Torrance Police Department for your sacrifice, your courage, your dedication, and your commitment to the city of Torrance and to public safety. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We're moving on to item 6, community matters. Let's see. 6A, we are declaring Councilman Kaji, would you like to start with the proclamation of item 6A?
Thank you, Mayor.
My bad. Let's go back. I think there's a couple more announcements. Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. That's what happens when I make a mistake earlier. A couple quick announcements. I wanted to let the public know that the Salvation Army, the Torrance Corps here in our wonderful city of Torrance on 4223 Emerald Street is holding an open house for the public on Saturday, January 28th, 2023 from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. and they invite all the public to come and see what wonderful things that the Salvation Army is doing here in Torrance, including showcasing their music and dance academy, their the Hunt recording studio, their chapel, and all the other services that they offer here. It's all for free. There will be food, there will be prizes and raffles, and it'll be a fun time for all, and we encourage the public to come out and see what the Salvation Army is doing in our community. The Sister City Association of our city has also asked me to continue to announce some of the items that they're looking for. This is reaching a critical deadline that they're still looking for any interested students who would want to participate in the cultural exchange program where they get to spend 3 weeks in our sister city, Kashiwa, Japan, and that would be this summer. And applications are still being accepted, but only this week. So if you're at all interested, you're a high school senior, or a high school age student in our city, we would like you to apply, and you can find out more information at the Sister City website at torrancesistercity.org. They did find an adult leader already, so we don't need that anymore, but they are also still looking for an English teacher who would be willing to move to Kashiwa, Japan for 1 year and earn 4,800,000 yen per year for that effort to teach English to the Japanese students in Kashiwa. And if you are so inclined to be interested at all in that, the qualifications and other information about applying is also on the Sister City website at torrancesistercity.org, and I appreciate the opportunity to announce those. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're moving on to item 6A, a proclamation declaring January 2023 as Torrance Serves, Service Leader Celebration Month in the city of Torrance.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas engaging in community service provides an opportunity to become an active member of the community and have a lasting positive impact on society at large, and
Whereas the City of Torrance recognizes the service leaders of past and present and encourages citizens to continue the tradition of volunteerism and philanthropy beginning in January and finding ways to serve others for the betterment of the community. And
Whereas we align our celebration with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day of Service in honor of his devotion to the advancement of civil rights and public service. And
Whereas we encourage the community to perform random acts of kindness anytime, any place, and for the unselfish purpose of spreading goodwill and promoting healthy behaviors and positive dynamics within our community. And
Whereas the benefits of volunteering include combating depression, increasing self-confidence, and providing a sense of purpose. And
whereas the City of Torrance invites the community to participate in partner service events taking place throughout the year.
Now, therefore, I, George K. Chen, as Mayor of the City of Torrance, California, do hereby proclaim January 2023 as Torrance Serves Service Leaders Celebration Month in the City of Torrance, signed this 10th day of January 2023. Okay, you got an encore. We're moving on to item 6, Baker, recognition of officers working in the Marine Corps Recruiting Command Office and Del Amo Fashion Center. I don't believe they are in attendance here tonight, but I'm going to at least recognize them publicly in this meeting anyway. Tonight, we have the honor of recognizing several members of our community. Most are from the local Marine Corps Recruiting Command Office, and one gentleman who was visiting the recruiting office at the time. These brave men jumped into action when a terrible incident occurred in our city recently. On Tuesday, December 20th, a smash and grab robbery was committed at a local jewelry store. But thanks to the heroic acts of several Marine recruiters and a civilian, several suspects were detained until Torrance police arrived on the scene. These Marines stepped out without pause and served our community as they would our country with courage and unwavering sacrifice. We applaud each of you and am proud to present each of you with a certificate of recognition from the City of Torrance. Since they are not here tonight, I just want to read their names, and then we will find a way, either myself and some of my colleagues will present them at the recruiting center at Del Amo. But the names of those who actually jumped into action are Scott Elliott. I believe he's a civilian who was in the process of determining and signing up to be a recruit. Sanjay Narona, Andre Henry, Dante Cortez, Tyler Washington, and Josue Fragoso Medina. Thank you for your bravery and your service to our community. We will recognize and present the certificates directly to them at the recruiting center. We're now moving on to item 6C from the city manager and fire. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Mayor, City Manager, City Council members, and the City of Torrance and staff. Excuse me. CERT is back, and we are so blessed to have Torrance Refinery here to present their donation for us to continue our service for the community in regards to CERT. A lot of individuals, let alone our citizens, probably are unaware of what CERT is, but CERT is a Community Emergency Response Team, which is a 3-day course that we provide as Torrance Fire Department to any community members that's living here in town or in the city of Torrance. They sign up. Right now we have 11 members that signed up. We still have a little bit more room, and the 20th, or a little bit before the 20th is the deadline. So it's a 3-day course, as I mentioned before, on this month for the 20th, 21st, and the 22nd. first 2 days, the participants or the class members will have an understanding on what to do in case of an emergency, what to do if the resources that are here in town are unavailable, and what can they do to be a self-sufficient group to help their community and their neighbors out. 2-day course for just in the classroom, and then the third day we actually do a hands-on training at Station 2 for our community members.
Thank you very much. I see members from the Torrance Refining Company represented here. I was given the opportunity to share a few words with us.
Thank you, Mayor and Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Juswina Lafayette, Community Relations Advisor at the Torrance Refining Company. I'm pleased to be here tonight with our Refinery Fire Chief, Joe Alvarez, to present our donation of $10,000 for the city's Community Emergency Response Training Program. The Torrance Refining Company and the City of Torrance have a shared vision of a safe community and one that stays prepared to handle challenges, including emergencies that may arise. At the refinery, we take emergency preparedness seriously. Our workforce trains regularly on how to respond. And more importantly, our skilled colleagues work daily with a focus on safety, reliability, and working in an environmentally responsible manner to prevent incidents from happening as we manufacture the transportation fuels that power our daily lives. Our fire department, under Joe's leadership, also drills and trains with the Torrance Fire Department regularly. We are very proud of that partnership. When it comes to achieving our shared vision of a safe community, we recognize that our community members play an important role in emergency response. They too must stay informed and prepared. As such, we are pleased to continue our longtime support of the city's CERT program to foster a mindset focused on safety and preparedness, which can help our entire community work together in the event of an emergency. With that in mind, I also want to thank in advance all the volunteers who have participated in the past and who are participating in this upcoming program, and all the trainers who are involved. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On behalf of the entire city of Torrance and for your generous donation. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm going to ask maybe the fire chief and the rest of the fire staff will come up for a quick photo in front of the podium.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. We're good.
It's these private public partnerships that keeps the city running, and we definitely appreciate it. We're now moving on to, thank you for a reminder. I'll take a motion to accept and appropriate the $10,000 donation from the Torrance Refining Company.
With appreciation, motion to accept and appropriate the $10,000 donation from Torrance Refinery Company. Thank you.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
We're now moving on to oral communications number 1. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comment on items under the consent calendar or items not on the agenda. Under the Ralph and Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment. They may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer item to staff. Speakers in the orals are limited to either oral communications number 1 or oral communications number 2, and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. Speakers, please turn off or leave your cell phones in the off position when you come to the podium to speak. If presenting a handout material to City Council, please provide 10 copies. It is now 7:31. Go ahead.
Joe Buck.
Good evening. In response to California Senate Bill 897, that's Assembly Bill 2221, I think, Councilmember Mike Griffiths has been working hard at the state level to moderate the effects on the city of Torrance of the government code, it's the law now, that's Government Code Section 68585.2. I'm here to ask you at a local level to take some steps that you can take as a council to avoid some unintended side effects of the state legislation, which I described at my request in a handout to 10 copies to all of you, and I ask you to give it your attention. Thank you.
Poppy?
Hi, everyone. I'm Poppy Farsi-Jani. I'm a former CBS News reporter, and I'm also an advocate and supporter of the Iranian protests that are currently happening really internationally. And I wanted to come here today, introduce myself, get to know you, the city of Torrance, the city council a little bit better, and also to invite you to a documentary of human rights violations that are going on and committed by the Islamic Republic of Iran. It's a big documentary we're doing in Malibu, and we wanted to invite the mayor and all the city council members to attend and to really recognize and create awareness to what's going on. There have been many executions. There will be more executions in the future, and none of them with attorneys or the correct trial for these individuals. And hence the reason why I'm here right now on behalf of the Iranian community to raise.
Thank you.
Bob Kyoto is listed as the next speaker, and I believe he's left. Jesse Wright.
May I ask for extra minute?
You have to stay within 1 minute. It's already ticking.
Okay, my name is Jesse Wright. I'm an Iranian American, and I'm an activist in the Iranian Revolution. I'm going to go very fast. I'm asking this body to create some sort of a statement against the Iranian regime. You're not the first city council that has done that. It's been done in Fresno and other locations in U.S. And you asked me, why can you just go to the Human Rights Council that is appointed by UN? Unfortunately, I only have about 7 copies. If you don't mind, I can pass this out afterward. But mainly the Human Rights Council that is appointed by UN covers countries like Algeria, Sudan, my God, 10 seconds, South Africa, Morocco, Bangladesh, and all these countries are not democratic. And with the mayors,
Thank you. If you just leave it to staff, they'll eventually pass that on to us. Thank you very much.
Carrie.
Good evening. I'm here to stand in solidarity with Sister Sherilyn, who's not here tonight and isn't able to come, and justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, who lost his life within 15 seconds. Sitting in allegedly a stolen car and having, I believe, an air gun or a rifle, whatever he had, were not reasons to be executed. And it feels like that was an escalation rather than a de-escalation. And before, I don't know if y'all could hear because you had left the chambers, but Sheila Bates spoke passionately about a lot of things from the heart about what it's like and what she deals with and what Black folks deal with every day here in this country. And there are also a number of activists from the area who are too scared to come here to give public comment for fear that they will retribution will be visited upon them.
Mary Ann?
I'm glad that Anthony Chavez and Brian Kawamoto were terminated. I'm glad to see that. And it only gets easier from here. All you have to do is make sure that Matthew Concannon is terminated, right? And create an independent civilian oversight commission, which is by far the easiest thing. It's always been the simplest thing. And you're literally surrounded by examples and supports in how to do that. And yet you keep solidly refusing to do such a simple thing. And disregarding the citizens who have come in here and entered these chambers bravely, who are the very tip of the iceberg of people who would come in here and share that kind of thing when the people who have assaulted them are guarding this room. And that is not okay to expect from people. And so, but that's
No one else has signed up, Your Honor.
Okay. We still have a few more minutes. Does anyone else from the public wish to speak?
Also standing in solidarity for Sherilyn and justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. We are still demanding the firing of Matthew Concannon and the creation of an independent civilian oversight board. We're going to be here. We are going to be here. We're not going anywhere. This is ridiculous. As other folks have said, there are examples of civilian oversight committees in Southern California, in Los Angeles. Y'all need to do your jobs. We're not going anywhere. We're not asking for stipends for the police. We are asking for justice, and that justice looks like basic accountability after the city has killed a black man. I yield my time.
Anyone else from the public who has not spoken yet?
Hello everyone, Happy New Year to you. Hopefully this year gonna be better than last year, and we're gonna go up higher on the ladder from the bottom. And I would like to congratulate those officers at the corner of PCH and Robert Road who had to sit there and just sit there in the dark trailer, but we have money to pay them. It was no traffic, no nothing. But mainly, I would like to express my appreciation for these brave citizens, the Marine and the private citizen who stood up and did actually something when they see something. Because I was kicked out of businesses because I had a camera.
Anyone else? If not, that concludes oral communications number 1. We're now moving on to item 8 on the consent calendar. Do any members of the council wish to pull any items listed under the consent calendar? I don't see any. I'll take a motion to approve the consent calendar in its entirety.
Motion to approve the consent calendar in its entirety.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're moving on to item 9, administrative matters. Item 9A from the Armed Forces Day Special Standing Committee. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Jin Chun from the City Manager's Office. Item 9A is a recommendation of the Armed Forces Day Special Standing Committee that City Council review and take action on the following items. 1, accept and file the November 15th, 2022 committee meeting minutes. And 2, discuss and provide direction on the program and events of the 2023 Armed Forces Day Parade and celebration. Myself, along with staff from the Torrance Police Department, including Lieutenant Chad Farley and Police Services Supervisor John Newman, are available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any comments or questions from the City Council? If not, do we have members of the public who wish to speak?
Hi, Andy Porchop again. I speak just so you can see somebody care. I like the Armed Forces parade, and I would like to see it again. It's a nice daily activity, costs nothing, and something to see and take your kids to. So I liked it, and I wish you guys bring it back. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Item 9A.
So it's rare that America honors black armed forces, people who have came back home, and they are killed. They are killed like Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, which is why we are still demanding that y'all create a civilian oversight committee, that y'all fire Matthew Concannon. This is a disgrace. There have been black folks, like I said, who have served this country and are often not honored. And so we're not going anywhere. Fire Matthew Concannon, create a civilian oversight committee, and I yield my time.
Thank you. Now we'll bring this item back to the council. I'll take a motion to concur with the recommendation of the Armed Forces Day Special Standing Committee.
So moved.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're now moving on to item 9B from the City Manager, City Clerk. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, Your Honor. Rebecca Poirier, City Clerk. It's the recommendation of the City Manager and the City Clerk that City Council approve the request for subsidy of rental fees in the amount of $665 for the use of the Toyota Meeting Hall by the League of Women Voters Torrance area to host an event. Initially, they stated it would be called Racism in the South Bay. However, they have updated it to be Grappling with Racism, Bias, and Discrimination in the South Bay. Funding is available in the City Council's Community Event Support Budget, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Are there comments or questions from the council? If not, does anyone from the public wish to speak on this item?
Go ahead, ladies first.
Hi, Carrie again. I think this would be a great opportunity to explore anti-racism and bringing people together, and hopefully, I don't know much about the group that's doing it in terms of the makeup of folks in it, but to bring all people, white people, black people, indigenous people, and people of color together to talk about what could be a useful program, getting so many people together to talk about this. And because we know that racism is a big problem, and it's not enough to be against racism. You've got to be anti-racist and do things in a concrete way. Well, you cut it off, but I was going to spend the last 14.
Anyone else from the public who wish to speak on this item?
Hello, this is Porchop again. This League of Women Voters, it's an anti-American organization. They don't approve the First Amendment. Last 2 times I went there and I was gonna record the publicly open meeting. They did not let me record, and on top of this, the old geezers called the cops. So here in Torrance, these people want to have something. Oh, and they were free, a compliment of the city clerk. You were there. Anyway, so they called the cops on citizens, and then they want to have complimentary use of the facility for racism and discrimination. I was discriminated, and the First Amendment was discriminated. And they called the cops. They called the cops.
Anyone else from the public?
So y'all are trying to get a subsidy to the League of Women Voters, using this hall to discuss racism in the South Bay. Ironically, you know, we've been doing that for 4 years. There have been people who have been trying to lift up the racism in this city. Y'all do not support black women like Sherilyn, who lost her son to the Torrance police. And so we are still calling on y'all to fire Matthew Concannon, who is still paid here. We're still demanding that y'all create a civilian oversight committee, an independent civilian oversight committee. If y'all really want to show up for black women, it's honoring those wishes from Sherilyn.
Looks like we've exhausted the public comments, so I'll bring this up to the council. How does council wish to proceed?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to concur with the recommendation of the city manager and clerk.
I second that motion.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're going on to item 9C from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Robert Williams with the City Manager's Office. For your awareness, staff received public correspondence for this item prior to the 2 p.m. deadline that was not included in the supplemental for this item, so a copy has been provided to all of you and to staff. Item 9C is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council discuss and provide direction on an item for calling for oral communications. At the City Council meeting on September 27th, 2022, Councilmember Shake requested that an item be brought back to explore a call-in option for oral communications. A call-in option would allow members of the public that are either unable to or have reservations about attending City Council meetings in person to participate remotely while having their comments heard on consent calendar items or items not on the agenda. The public would have the option of either attending City Council meetings in person or online, typically referred to as a hybrid format. There are a few neighboring cities that have adopted a hybrid format of participation for their City Council meetings using a variety of methods, including but not limited to video-first conferencing platforms like Zoom or Microsoft Teams, or voice-first conferencing platforms like Call-in Studio or Ring Central. A call-in option was previously made available during the COVID-19 pandemic when City Council, Commission, Committee, Board, and other city body meetings. At this time, City Council meetings consist of 2 15-minute oral communication periods in which any member of the public may provide comment for up to 1 minute. The call center used to implement the previous call-in option had its share of obstacles, as it required additional staff members from multiple departments who would otherwise not be required under normal circumstances to assist with the operation of the call center beyond normal working hours. The call center also required an additional software subscription via Ring Central to facilitate the call-in option. The call center did experience technical difficulties as the existing phone system did not have the capacity to handle the high volume of calls during the oral communications and public comment periods of the meeting. This is not the ideal solution, so upon Councilmember Shake's request, staff began doing research into a new call-in option for oral communications. The focus of the research has been to understand what types of software and hardware options exist and the technical challenges that would arise from their implementation. If your honorable body wishes to proceed with reintroducing a call-in option for oral communications, staff needs direction on the following. First, how should comments being provided in person or call-in be facilitated for the oral communications period? Second, should the oral communication period maintain the current 15-minute allocation or be adjusted? And third, should the second oral communication period be eliminated from the meeting? Staff has prepared 3 potential options. Option 1, direct staff to prepare a call-in option for oral communications and change the format. Option 2, direct staff to prepare a call-in option for oral communications but do not change the format. And option 3, no action, direct staff not to prepare a call-in option for oral communications or change the current format for oral communications. Staff is available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? I see Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Thank you, Councilman Sheikh, for even suggesting this. I think it's very important to keep the communication channels always open and make it as easy as possible for the public to interact. I do have some concerns about having a call center just because of staffing issues, software, hardware, and also the time frame that we have, 15 minutes. How do we separate it? Do we do 7 minutes? 7 minutes people here, 7.5 minutes there. It starts becoming a little bit of a logistical nightmare, in my opinion. But it doesn't take away the fact that I do appreciate the councilman for bringing this back. I'd like for us to possibly explore, other options such as a call-in center prior to the meeting, using the existing staff in the call center to where messages, because there might be some individuals that don't have email or don't know have a computer to write an email, because obviously, we have that option of writing an email on a certain item and it'll show up as a supplemental. But I think Councilman Sheikh's concern was the individuals that can't come in and maybe don't have, even though it might be a small number, nevertheless there are some individuals that may have access to email, but maybe have access to a phone. If we can come up with a program to where ahead of time people can call in, maybe have a dead, cutoff to where those comments can be transcribed into a supplemental. I don't know. Maybe legal can give us some advice as to how we can do that, if that's even something that we'd consider. But opening up a call center again and trying to mix it with the people that are here, I think it's just going to be a little bit too confusing. Maybe if staff can explore other options, that's not going to make it too confusing, to where it can be, put in as a supplemental, and on top it could say call in. It's a call in, whatever the deadline may be, 2 p.m. on Tuesday on the day of the meeting. Whatever. I'm just throwing numbers out there. So, all right. Thank you, and thank you, Sheikh, for bringing it back.
Thank you, Councilwoman Lewis.
Robbie, have we explored any businesses that may contract this service?
Yes, we have looked into one specifically, Call-In Studio, and they're a voice-first conferencing platform. You can call in on a number, and then there's a software that will help us enter people into the meeting, and their voice will be put into the room so that we can hear.
Okay, and I'm assuming that would reduce our need to have staff to facilitate a call center.
There would still be staff requirement because there would be staff members managing that, I believe, but we can, yes, I believe there would be staff still necessary to do that. I don't think it's completely on their end.
Yeah, but I don't think it would require.
There are, City Manager, there are commercial options available that charge by the minute. We were exploring that during the pandemic. They do that up over time, given the cost, but we can explore that and bring back that information to you as well.
Okay, and if we're exploring a half an hour, so 2 15-minute sessions, we would be purchasing about 30 minutes.
Correct.
Okay, and do you recall the impact on the staff? Is that one person versus us supplying the staff members for the call center?
The call center we're operating required up to 5 individuals staying here, for the second oral portion as well. But we could explore the contract, the outsourcing option, where I still believe 1 individual will be
1 versus 5
operating. It's just a matter of because we're flexing some schedules in the past to reduce costs to the city as far as overtime, and some of our management team was also helping. And we were offering rotation because it was getting overwhelming for the individuals to cover the extent of the meetings.
Yeah, I understand that part, but if we're really legitimately talking about a 30-minute period
Correct.
where one staff member is here, I think it's important for us to reintroduce this option to the public who may not have transportation to get here or other means to communicate with us. So I just want to make sure we're exploring all of our options, and it seems like contracting may be a viable option that doesn't take up a lot of staff time. And we're literally talking about 30 minutes of having to pay if it's by you said per minute, correct?
That is correct, Councilor.
Okay, so per minute we'd be doing 30 minutes, so I
We
don't
can
think
bring you
that's
the
unreasonable.
options.
Okay,
If you
thank you.
choose to, thank you.
Councilman Shake?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilman Matucci and Councilman Lewis bringing that up, helping with the questions. I think my take is that if we allowing 30 minutes, the idea for this item is to understand how much interest is public is going to show us. That's the main idea. If we see that for 30 minutes we have about 20 people are calling, 30 people are calling, so it gives us an idea what to do the next. So my request will be to have a dry run, have a little research on that before we invest a lot of money and everything. Just look into that. What's the interest for the public before can we have a trial basis company who can work with us for a month or two before we finalize a contract to see the need and the interest for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the council? I will share a few minutes here. I think appreciate Councilman Shake for bringing this item up for us to discuss. As a matter of fact, I think we actually done the hybrid mode, virtual mode for almost 2 years, starting from March 15th-ish on. And we went on and we came back and we went on again. And I think probably the majority of us here experienced that. And there's much complexities technically, staffing, coordination, and collectively, we actually consciously made the decision less than a year ago to have in-person meeting again. And I know not all cities in the county or the state are doing that, and I'm actually happy that we are one of the cities that are conducting the public business in person. For anyone who has challenges coming here, even 2 or 3 years ago, those are the same challenges. There's still emails that we do receive, and I believe all of us get them. For those who do not have email, still has the opportunity to call into the city's public hotline, I'll call it hotline, the public office, and we have receptionists who can take a message and distribute the comments to all of the council members. So I believe that's already covered. It may not be like 7:30 p.m. on a Tuesday night, but if a person knows what kind of comments they want to make, they could choose to provide that comment via phone call or an email. So I actually believe we already have the availability. It's just that you're not necessarily doing real time. So I'm leaning toward option 3 to stay as is. However, I'm open for discussion. I'm just sharing that those options already exist today, just not necessarily real time. I'm looking to see if any other comments from my colleagues here. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm leaning towards 3, or let's call it 4. One that would actually bring back ideas that does not put any more stress on our staff. Therefore, using the people that are here at certain times. I don't even know if we can legally, but maybe do a call-in only. If we are going to do call-in, if we do go that route, only on the first oral, not on the second, just so that we kind of divide it up. But again, I reiterate that point that where do we cut it off? At what point do we say, oh, now we're going to take a call? This is not a radio station. You can just take calls and then flip-flop from one to the other. There's going to be people that are signed up that might actually take up the whole 15 minutes, and 10 people on hold. Now what? So at least you know, we need to, if we are gonna go down the route of making it hybrid again, and I remember I was here during the hybrid, it was a nightmare most of the time. We couldn't hear, you know, people on hold forever, people on hold for 45 minutes, an hour and a half. I don't know, it's just gonna create another headache. But I do wish for staff to continue exploring other ways of communicating. I mean, of course, there's only so many, you can't do smoke signals, but ways of communicating to where it makes it into the supplemental for a particular item. So if somebody calls in and says, you know, I want to make a comment on item 9C, can you put a note in there that I'm opposing it because of this, this, and that? And I think that might be fruitful. I know they can kind of do that right now, but if we can give direction to the public as to what that one more option to where they can actually go into the what, I don't know, what, not public comment, I guess it would be public comment, but it could go on the record, because a phone call with just a little post-it note on my desk is not public comment. That's just a message. You know, something that we can transform that message into going on the record. And I think that's what people are looking for, is other ways to call in and become part of that record, but without, you know, having to need more staff, people, because I know it's 30 minutes, but it's 15 minutes at around 7 and 15 minutes at midnight. So every time, the whole time in between, staff is waiting around, waiting for that second oral. So that's where the problem became last time that we're doing the hybrid, is that we had a whole bunch of people wanting to go home, a lot of them on salary, not even getting overtime, having to, you know, sit around, you know, a couple nights a month for us to finish our business to get to the oral number 2. So I understand why Councilman Sheikh wants to do this. I just hope that we can come up with something that's easier, doesn't take up any more time and funds, but also adds that extra layer of being able to communicate on those items and become part of the public record. That's what I would be looking for. Thank you.
Assistant City Manager Santana.
Thank you, Your Honor. Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. Councilman Matucci, in that scenario, what you were suggesting, it does not alter the council agenda format. Is that the direction of the council? Because that would be very helpful for staff to understand as we explore options, so that we understand minute allocation, frequency, how many times it takes place over the meeting. If it's an advance option where you call in and leave a recorded message, and if we're able to find software that transcribes that recorded message into something that fits into a supplemental format that gets distributed with the 2 p.m. cutoff, as we have with any other generated email that gets submitted, we would have a better understanding to provide your honorable body with options, fixed costs, and a clear indication as to whether there are operational impacts to staff.
Yeah, me personally, I can't speak for everybody else, but me personally, if we had the ability to take in a message, transcribe it into a document that can be put into the record, I mean, we put in emails that are yelling at us in all caps, and they're still part of the record, you know, and I think that's people that call in or come and speak, they want to be heard, and if they actually be put on the record and become a permanent comment on, I think that's probably make them feel that they're an extra layer of being able to communicate with us. I don't know. But under no circumstances would I agree to adding more staff and having people stay overtime, waiting for that second oral. It was just a disaster. It was just very difficult to navigate through all those phone calls, couldn't hear people. I don't necessarily feel like that's a viable option at this time.
Thank you. Councilman Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate Councilmember Sheikh's desire to increase our public participation in our meetings. I think that's a noteworthy goal, and I certainly believe that's important. But I don't like the idea of a call-in option, at least not live during the meetings. I think that the options that we have now, the public opportunity to speak here at our meeting in person, as well as the emails prior to the meeting, which will become part of the permanent record and a supplemental, covers almost, I would guess, high 90% of the people that want to speak on an item. I wouldn't be opposed to maybe having someone in city manager's office take phone calls from the public during business hours and transcribing them and putting them into the public record as a supplemental. But managing calls in person during a council meeting, I think, is more of a challenge, and I think we want to try to do. And I think it will, in my opinion, it might just backfire to the point where, just like social media, you get the anonymity of leaving messages for issues that you want to talk about, and anyone can call in from anywhere in the world on a phone call and talk about whatever they want. And I think it makes it too easy for people to speak on stuff in not a serious manner and in a more anonymous manner, which isn't against the rules. I mean, you can submit information anonymously, but I want to do it in a way that's orderly, and I just think that option 3 is really our best option, with potential for exploring an option to, if somebody just can't do an email or can't come in person, transcribe a phone conversation onto a supplemental and add that as a permanent record. That would be my only expansion. Although I would, if we're talking about increasing public comment, I would like to consider potentially increasing the amount of time we give for orals, including maybe increasing the amount of time that people can speak, because sometimes people can't get their messages across in 1 minute. So that might be another thing I'd potentially rather see explored rather than going to phone calls. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. So I too had the honor of being here for the last several years and trying a lot of different options. And so I think, speaking from experience, some of us, and thank you for all of your comments, know what it takes as far as staff commitment, but also the challenges that are there as well. And I think staff is willing to do whatever we like. No questions asked, but it is very challenging. I was going to offer up, but I think Council members Matucci and Griffiths already did, the fact that the technology is already there. You can call and leave a message for each other, and it dictates it into a text format with a date, a time, a return contact number. So the technology is kind of there. I think that's a cool option, a good option. Thanks.
You're correct. I actually have voicemail messages on my city phone that I could play and hear, and I think I could see some words maybe. So I believe the public can already do that. It's just a matter of, do we, transfer that dictation, that message, and say this is from, Mr. X public on orals. Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, everyone. I'd like to just, excuse me, reiterate the idea is to have new, different voices, have more participants for the people. Every meeting, I've been there for 6 months, we never have consumed 15 minutes in one oral. We always have some leftover time. The idea is to reach out to the people they have not reached out or they can't come here. A trial to see what the results will be. Trial not to spend any money before we really go into that. This is again to explore new ideas from the people they otherwise don't come and talk to us, or even sometimes don't even send emails. But there are some people that like to have them known in a public setting, have their ideas known in a public setting. Again, it's a trial base to encourage and tell the community we are looking at different options, different ways for their engagement. If that doesn't work out, yeah, we shouldn't do that, but we should at least give a chance to try that option. And thank you.
Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess before any of us make any suggestions, if I may ask our city attorney about any knowledge of the legality of being able to transcribe a voice message into a written message and being put as part of the public information.
I don't think there's anything that would prohibit that. I know that there were a couple agencies, I can't remember, somewhere up north that actually had voicemail recordings, 1 minute, 2 minutes, and they'd actually just play them back to back and just cut them off. So I think that'd be no different than transcribing it. I guess the question would be the cost of either AI or staff member time to actually transcribe the message.
Councilman Adam Chaparro, City Manager, one option that we can contemplate is a dedicated hotline with a voicemail that has a cap of a minute and with instructions. Please leave your name, which agenda item you want to speak on, and you have a minute. And at 1 minute, it cuts off. And if you so choose, we can play that live during the meetings. If you have some methodology, 15 minutes may be too short to be able to include public in person as well as the voice recording. You may extend that time period in a flip-flop, start 15 minutes for public, dedicate 15 minutes for the voice recordings to play. If you have time left over, you can wrap it up there, or you can revert back to any members of the public. The question I'll ask the city attorney to clarify, if we create this option, does it have to be open to hearings and admin matters? Or is it only limited to oral portion of the meeting?
The council could choose its option of what it wanted to do. Obviously, the more you do, the more the cost would go up, the more complexity goes up. But that's a decision for the council. The other thing you'd have to figure out for the rules is who gets priority. The people who actually show up or the people who call in, if it's a limited, either 15 minutes or 30 minutes, the council would have to set how you would assign who gets to speak and who doesn't.
Tough one. That's why I think if we transcribed it and put it part of the item, then we don't have to worry about the time frame of actually people here speaking, because that transcribed message will go into the item or under our emails that go under item 7, oral communications. We get the copies of the emails. It would be basically, if it's a general comment, it would go under those, and it doesn't affect the time.
You know, I was
Councilman,
thinking
if I
that
may-
okay,
So,
go
Mayor,
ahead.
I believe we're talking about a small portion of the population. They may not have access to email. So if it's a matter of us creating a methodology, staff can come back. I don't think if it's a matter of AI, or we just have that, they can call our CM's office. We do get very busy on Tuesdays with council set up, but we can accommodate for staffing and then be able to take the notes either through AI or in person and just make an attachment to the item. The trial period will probably be ideal before we go too far down the path. But I think we have a decision point. Do we want to explore alternatives to the current system? And if so, what type of time commitments? Do you want to extend the current oral communication period, or do you want to limit, maintain as is, just create another forum that we can publicly advertise for residents to email or call to submit your comments? Thank you.
We can do both, right?
Yeah, I think this item is talking about a call-in features. I still maintain we have that feature today. You can call our public line and make a recording and send a message. But Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. I absolutely agree with you. So I would not be supportive in going back and having staff time to do what we did with the call-in center, and I remember watching a lot of meetings. However, with that being said, I think everyone in the country was struggling on how to do that because it was the era of COVID and some other matters. So I think we have gotten better. I know all of us have gotten better on Zoom and Teams calls. So I would assume that the options for calling in would get a little better. So if we could find a company that would allow us to do that, where it only took one staff member for us coordinating with the company that does that, that would be a viable option. Also for me, those people who have taken the time in our community to actually come and appear in person at the meetings would take priority for me, and then we could do the rest on phone calls. I think a lot of the community is concerned about the time that we allow for comments, and I understand at the time why that decision was made, but maybe we could consider going up to maybe 2 minutes, so folks who are speaking on issues that are very important and imperative to them can be heard fully and be fully understand. I mean, these are our constituents, and these are the people that we all actually work for. So if we could look at something that doesn't take up that doesn't impact the staff tremendously, I just think the call-in, leaving the message, having it transcribed, that would take up a significant amount of staff time versus someone leaving an audio recording and it being played would probably be better. So for me, that is the option that I would like for us to explore and to see the cost effective of it, even if we do what Councilman Shake advised and just test it out maybe for 90 days. But I want to reiterate, I am not supportive of going back to the full-on staffing center. One person to do either plate taped call-ins or having an outside contractor to do that on our behalf. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you. I kind of had a question when the discussion was happening regarding the phone call-ins being transcribed. So that's what I would support, is if someone can't send an email, they can't be here, then a call-in being transcribed and placed just like an email into this record. So it doesn't affect the actual oral communication type. Who gets priority? I know we say priority of people that have come in, but then you're going to have people that call in saying that they weren't treated fairly because they didn't have time. So I think the cleanest is to stay the course of what we have, add a call-in with a transcribed option into a written record. Thanks.
Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councilman Shake, for bringing this up. I do think that in the City Council's life in the BC era before COVID, when the public did have more time to comment, I think that, as some of you others have mentioned, I think that would be great to restore, maybe at least going beyond 1 minute, because 1 minute is just really too short. I think 2 minutes makes sense. I think, though, that, yeah, as the mayor mentioned, on my city phone, as I get voicemails, I see that I can listen to both the voicemail and also see a written transcription. So I don't know if our current technology allows that, and I don't know if that's a Teams function or if that's an Apple function. But yeah, I think whatever would be the quickest and easiest. But I do like a combination of both, restoring some time for those who actually come down here and speak, because I'd rather see that full 15 minutes fully maximized rather than having additional time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question from the staff. So we cannot have open phone line here at the City Hall with the speaker attached to it and designate 5 or 10 minutes?
We can. We just have to track the callers. That's what the function was, Councilman. The 1 minute, then be able to put people in a queue, and then there's a technology transfer that happens from the phone line into this chamber. In the past, we struggled with the audio quality. That's why council chose to go fully in person. So I think that it's a question of, are we trying to create opportunities for the public to engage before the meeting, just so we get on the record? Or are we looking to add another component, which we did when we were in the COVID era, hybrid, in person, by giving them an option to participate in the meeting? I think that would help determine, are you just looking to create, because if it's the first part, I think most people are emailing us and getting on record.
Yeah.
But if your goal is to somebody who just doesn't want to physically, or for whatever reasons, the limitations come to the chamber,
Right.
and you want them to have a allocation dedicated for a call-in option, then that's the part where Councilwoman Lewis referred to having a third-party system that will be able to dispatch and then put them in a queue, and then our staff will have some, again, back to the interface, call quality, somebody that's monitoring and being able to transmit. And then the methodology of, if you maintain a current format, are you going to give priority to those in public? And then if you have leftover time, you open up to the line, or do you split the 15 minutes into 7.5? And then you open up to the first in person, then you go online, and then you go back to in person, or you go 30 minutes for everything. Those are, I think you have a decision point. Are you looking for ways for people to submit comments, or do you want folks to be able to participate in the meeting?
Right, I
Yeah.
think so. You summed it up very well. That's exactly the intention is.
The second part?
To the second part,
Okay.
yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, I think I think the purpose of our meeting in public is to allow the public to participate. If I know no one has mentioned, there are someone in the public who's afraid to come in to participate in person. I'd like to share that it is safe to come into our chambers to participate in our public meeting. Let that not be preventing you from coming. My preference is stay the course as is, keep it simple. If something comes along naturally that the staff finds that can help us conduct our public meeting more efficient and more simple, then let us know. This is just I'm looking at what we're doing. We're trying to keep track of a lot of issues that we want to deliberate. That's keep it simple is the best case if we can. But at this moment, that's just my comment. We'll bring it back after we hear from the public. Keep it simple so that we can communicate. I think that most of us probably agree that this dialogue we're having in person is much better than any other way. But if folks aren't coming in because they're afraid if it's safe, it is safe to come into our chambers. So with that, let's go to the public.
Michelle? Carrie?
I think Carrie left. I know who Carrie is. Oh, you're Carrie. Okay, that was the other person. My bad. Yeah, that was Mary.
I think, is there, there is a time limit. I think it's important to allow for the call-in, actually, for those who have disabilities or cannot make it in for equity. And I think there's something about hearing someone's voice and hearing their emotion, and that's why however y'all can solve that. I also know that when I first started coming, oral communications were a lot longer, and then they kept getting shorter and shorter, and then it was split up, and that's why having folks stay till the end of the night. So if oral communications could be longer, and at the beginning, why does it have to be 15 and 15? Why can't it be 30 at the beginning, 45 at the beginning, or whatever time that y'all think about? So yes, we need to be able to come in and voice our opinions. And the thing about not being safe, it wasn't about not being safe in the chambers necessarily.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Sarah?
There's no
I
Sarah
think
in
they
here.
left. No one else signed up to speak, Your Honor.
Okay, do we have anyone else from the public?
James Henry. The governor's state of emergency is expiring later in February. We're meeting in chambers again, like we used to. We're making progress. However, before COVID-19 hit, we used to have 30 minutes to talk and 3 minutes per speaker. I don't see why we can't return to that the way it used to be. Thank you.
All right, lifting up with folks have already said, if we're gonna, the talk should be to expand democracy, not to restrict public comment altogether with their time limits on oral communications. We should be expanding opportunities for people to voice their concerns. I also want to consider a call-in option. Considering a call-in option all of a sudden, essentially moving them to a hybrid model, although good in theory because it allows for those who can't afford in person a way to still contribute, this is actually being used as a tactic to silence and prevent in-person comment like it has at LA City Council meetings. So we pay y'all's bills. This discussion should be about expanding our voice. So I yield my time.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Well, I would like to tell you that call-in option was the most and worst option what was in the history of democracy. Sometimes, Mr. Sheikh, I had to call in 69 times. 69 times to get through. And I don't know, I never heard you calling in. Where you were, you did not call in. You did not call in, ever. Now, you are already successful to make people not to come to the meeting. You put this barricade on. I cannot still go up there. I used to come here, I could speak 3 minutes. 3 minutes. What happened? You don't want to hear from us. You don't want to hear from us. And you call in and see how you get through. And by the way, you don't have money to screw with. You don't have money, mister.
That means you're done for the night. All right, anyone else from the public? All right, let's bring this up. How does the council wish to proceed?
All right, I'd like to make a motion to go with, I don't know if we want to call it option 4, which is to keep what we have now as far as the oral communication method. Also, at the same time, explore a call-in to text method so that people that don't have access to email, they can actually call and go on the record on any particular item or communication. I'd also like for us to consider expanding the oral communication to 2 minutes on individuals and 30 minutes on the oral communication number 1, and keeping it at 15 minutes, but also do 2 minutes on speakers on oral number 2. That would be my motion to consider.
Can I ask for a clarification? When you say you want the text and the voice, were you referring to in real time, or I just want to make sure?
No, I was referring to a call-in method that would use the current staff answering phones now, with no additional time frame. And if we can do that as a trial period, we'll call it 90 days, and see how it works out with people being able to call in. Let's say, I don't know, 2 p.m. on the Tuesday of the meeting, and have those messages transcribed for any particular item and or oral communication. And then look at other options in the event that it doesn't work out. But I would like for us to consider expanding the oral communication to 30 minutes and 2 minutes per speaker, if your honorable body would consider doing that.
I have another question.
Okay.
So is that
clarification?
Is that clarification that it's a total of 30 minutes for the whole meeting at the beginning? So you're no longer at 15 minutes at the end?
I think the oral communication number 2, wasn't that put in? I mean, I wouldn't mind going either way, 30 minutes up front or 30 minutes plus 15 at the end, because really at the end of the meeting, where my experience is that we never really have many speakers left at that time. So I'd rather either shift the 15 minutes in the second orals to the first one, or expand the first and leave the second as is. But nevertheless, I think 2 minutes is a decent amount of time to get your message across. unless it's me speaking, right? But,
Okay, so then it would be one oral communication, 30 minutes at the towards the beginning of the meeting, 2 hours, 2 hours, wow.
Yeah, 2 hours.
2 minutes each person.
2 minutes each person, yeah,
I
definitely-
understand.
I'd definitely like to expand that. And see.
I understand, thank you.
I would like to leave the second 15 minutes because it gives the opportunity of people that come in late to be able to speak on second orals. And like I said, most of the time we do 15 minutes or less depending on what speakers are here, and usually there's not many people left. So I think leaving that open should be a viable option, I think.
Councilman Tucci, permit me to just clarify once again. I don't know if staff wants to speak. I'm going to try and make a suggestion on your clarification to keep the motion focused on this agenda item. Maybe when you were talking about seeing we get the voice message in from the staff, and what I'm wondering, I'm going to see if get some staff response on how we conduct the entire council meeting, first oral, second oral, how many minutes were total. Is that something we need the staff to go back and do some homework instead of us cooking the sausage up here on this motion? You see what I'm saying?
I believe we have to bring a resolution back to change the allocation for the orals. And then question, do you also intend to change 2 minutes for the admin matters as well, or maintain that as is on 1 minute?
Well, I think that's really my question right now. I mean, I'm just going by what is our council rule of order that we've done. We in the past we have not hashed out the council rule of orders in this method, in this process.
But per council direction, we have brought back items to change. I'll yield to city attorney. Thank you.
Usually we make changes to they have to make, any change to the council rules of order would need to be made by resolution. I'll have to pull them up. I don't have my computer in front of me tonight. But I can pull them up and look, but we usually put the time limits in there, or we may have given actually discretion to the council, but let me double check that real quick.
So we can bring any option that you vote tonight.
Yeah, I think the key thing on tonight's thing is there a way for the public who uses a phone call option to participate? And my premise is that method exists today already via a phone call to our city office. It's just a matter of someone recording, this is public resident XYZ time, and this is what I will make a comment on, and send it to us if staff could find a way.
Yes, Mayor. We'll explore the transmission, the capacity of transcribing the voicemail, either by technology or through staff, and then including that in the. I'm cautious on staff because then we may get claims that my message wasn't appropriately transcribed and it didn't reflect the full scope of what I was saying. There may be potential conflict. Technology may have its own flaws.
Yes.
But I think it's probably more reliable than, at least from claims that staff
right. That's why I was thinking if
capturing.
there's just like what we get in our voice message, as long as the caller would be willing to leave their name, the topic they're discussing about, and they clearly dictate in, because the other problem is if they don't speak clearly, there's could be a lost in the hearing and interpretation. That adds another wrinkle of complexity. Not everyone pronounces A as A or at, and that could cause a whole new different meaning from a transcription. And then I'm gonna allow Councilman Natucci to finish up his resolution. It's just in the beginning. I just want to make sure it was real time.
The gist
voice
of it is to better our ways of communicating. Having the public being able to communicate and going on the record, and giving the ability to call in. That's why I think trying out a model that people can call in prior to 2 p.m. on Tuesdays, however we want to capture that message, just as long as that message goes into the record on any particular item or oral communication, I think would suffice the whole, I guess, idea behind opening it up. But I do think, in the spirit of bettering our communication ability, is to extend the oral communication. So I don't know if that's, since we have to come back with a resolution, I would definitely come back with a resolution that would extend the oral communications, number 1, to 30 minutes and 2 minutes per speaker, and keeping the 15-minute, but also extending the to 2 minutes per speaker on oral number 2. Then as far as the other items, I don't know if that's something that we want to bring in separately as far as items, what do you call it, the 9 administrative matters, yeah. Sorry. If we want to extend those to 2 minutes, I'd be perfectly fine expanding it to 2 minutes per speaker on those as well. I think it's only fair to keep it at 2 minutes across the board. And I believe hearings, we do 2 minutes already.
That is correct, Council.
Okay, so if we just do 2 minutes for any speaker coming up to the podium or the microphone, I think would be just a lot easier for people to get their message across.
Just for awareness, when we have heavy admin matter nights, you may stretch our meetings longer. You may want to consider, as we've discussed in the past, perhaps additional meetings in the month to be able to better manage our agenda and not have us go into very late hours in the morning.
Let me ask the city attorney a question, since that was brought up. On any given council meeting night, how much play do we have to adjust the public comments from 1 minute to 2 minutes? Like, if we have a very, very heavy agenda, can we do that and announce that at the beginning of the meeting?
We usually put it on the agenda, cover itself, but I actually pulled up our most recent rules of order from 2021. And to get to your last point, yes, the maximum time that's listed for anything is 3 minutes, but the mayor may limit the aggregate time of a hearing or a discussion of an agenda item, as well as the amount of time per speaker. That's provided in 6.4G, as in golf. And then the last time it appears that we actually corrected the time for oral communications, consent, admin, and any other matter on the agenda in 6.4A, which says the mayor pro tem can provide a allotted time limit to the members of the public who wish to speak to the council, so that the mayor has the discretion to change that. And then in public hearings, it just says the mayor will announce how much time the proponent and representative of the opponent get at the outset of the hearing. So that's the discretions with the mayor and the council. Okay. But the mayor actually sets the time. We just traditionally list it on the agenda so the public knows when they come in what they're looking at. But obviously, if we have a full chambers, the mayor can adjust the time.
That's what I was getting at.
Correct.
We see a whole chamber here tonight. Then we might say, limit to 1 minute, in anticipation that 15 people is going to get the same comment. Even though we encourage them, if it's the same comment, you don't have to say the same thing. But by experience, we're going to hear it 15 times the same comment. So that's good to know. Okay.
I think I might add that oral communication, maybe we should keep 1 if we can, and admin matters where people wanted to express their opinions about certain matter, they may need more time. So just a suggestion if we can do that. If you want to make the part of that motion, I think what you capture.
You might want to start from scratch what your original,
All right,
what
so
your current motion
30,
is.
but expanding it to 30 minutes.
Expanding to 30 minutes.
Keeping it at 1 minute for oral communication,
oral,
but then 2 minutes
for the admin matters.
I don't know. I think 2 minutes is a good time for him to stick with. I mean, and I appreciate that. It just, I think just 2 minutes. I think it would be a much better time to express, because that includes the consent calendar. The ability. Correct me if I'm wrong. During the oral communications, the consent calendar.
That is correct, Council.
Yeah. So I want to be able to give people 2 minutes to discuss even on consent calendar matters. I think I'd like to give it at 2 minutes across the board, and while retaining the mayor's ability the flexibility to reduce that
Change on
time.
the fly,
Change
sort
it
of.
on the fly. That's my motion, if it's clear enough. Not clear? Repeat
That
it?
means I could change on the fly now, so why do we need a change? Right? If we could do that now, we don't even need a motion other than.
Well, but
other
the
than
call-in,
work on
yeah, the
voice.
call-in
Yeah,
portion.
other than the call-in part, that's what I'm saying.
The call-in portion.
Right, right. I think we talked ourselves into what I believe is keeping this motion on looking into the call-in capability to be captured, because it sounds like we could do it in audible depending on the package of the agenda on how best to allow the public to make comments.
I'll withdraw my motion and have somebody else give it a shot.
Sorry about that. I'm just trying to make sure we
No, that's
provide
okay.
clarity
Just as
because,
long
you
as we
know,
have some kind of clear idea. I'll let somebody else do the motion. Thank you.
I'd be happy to give it a try. I want to start off with the motion that we adopt option 3, which is no action regarding to adding a call-in option under oral communication, but add to that only the option for pre-meeting during business hours call-in to staff, which would be transcribed manually, not electronically, just to make it simple, and try it out and see how it goes. And if that sounds like something people want to use, then maybe we can look at enhancing it. But for now, I'd just make it simple. Call in, have the whoever answers those calls transcribe that and add it into an item for the supplemental on whichever item they're calling in on, and keeping it as simple as possible, but providing that option.
I second that.
Start voting, please.
Actually, if I could cut in before you vote, is there a time limit on how long they can transcribe?
Oh, when they call in?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that would be reasonable. If it's going to be manually transcribed, then I'd say let's do it a 2-minute, because it takes a little longer to do it that way. But that way, somebody's not going to talk for 20 minutes and occupy staff for every day. So I think that's reasonable. And again, I think that this is something that we should get staff should give us an update on if there's any activity using this tool. If it's not even used, people are not even using it, then we can eliminate. But I think it's worth a try, just to provide for people who don't have an option to get in here personally or to get in here via email.
I'm assuming Councilman Shake, you second that too.
Yes, I second, and yes,
Yes,
agree.
I'm still waiting for one council member to vote. Thank you. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Who was that? No. Kalani.
I think we'll kill that one. We're now to item 9D from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jamie Lay, City Manager's Office. Item 9D is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council approve a side letter agreements between the Torrance Police Officers Association and management to include a recruitment and retention incentive pilot program, and between the Torrance Police Commanders Association and management to include a recruitment and retention incentive pilot program and an administrative appeals procedure. The expenditure listed in the item is approximately $1,057,622. However, the rotating special assignment retention incentive was withdrawn by the Torrance Police Officers Association with concurrence from the City Manager's Office. That incentive will be brought to council on a later date. Therefore, the total expenditure for this item is being reduced by $307,000. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you. Do you have any comments or questions from the council? Councilman Griffiths.
I just wanted to clarify, it was my belief, but I want to make sure that I'm understanding it correctly and that the public knows that the the expense for this would be via general fund, but it's essentially through savings of the open positions that we have in the police department.
That is correct, Councilman. We have significant vacancies which are more than sufficient to cover the expenditure.
So this is money that's already been allocated
Already
to the police
budgeted, already
department.
allocated.
It's not new money coming out of the general
That's
fund.
absolutely correct, Council.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else from the council? If not, we'll go to the public. We have some people who put their name in.
Carrie?
All right, this is some bullshit. So essentially, this is an amendment, side letter to the police labor contract that will cost the city over $1 million for recruitment and retention pilot program. It is almost as if their department has significant people on paid leave who can't work, so they need more cops, and like their name has been muddled, so no one wants to work for them. They don't need any more money, especially $1 million more. They don't need to further reward cops. They need to hold them accountable. This is what the cops are trying to get. Travel and lodging program for out-of-state candidates, $10,000. A college ride-along program, $5,000. Housing subsidy, $1,000 a month for up to 2 years for the first 10 qualifying new hires. $240,000. A child care subsidy, $1,000 a month for up to 2 years. For the first 10 qualifying new hires, $240,000. And public service loan program assistance. In other
Your time is up, sir. Anyone else from the public?
Hello, this is Paul Chop again. I would like to tell you an option you can save money because the regular citizens who cannot afford daycare center, they just drop their kid in the library. So our new hire officers doesn't need daycare subsidy because our libraries are the daycare. And I was going to say something else. Of course, you created this city, and somebody come to work here cannot afford rent. You understand? People don't show up to work or go work someplace else because they cannot live in the city. Now think about it, how good job you have done. You have to subsidize more police officers because they cannot afford to live in your city.
All right. Anyone else from the public?
I think it's really fascinating that you want to take this money. Now, this money is just incentive, so it's over and above. So the fact that you happen to be in the black at the moment on your police budget because of people you haven't been paying for 20 minutes doesn't mean that that's not money on top of, right? This is a sweep, even if it's not like happening at this moment. Ultimately, that's what it is. And next, this is all stuff that you will not do for your citizens. Like, you're offering this as a bonus, and your lack of concern about how to house people properly, and you want to house these people, and you want to give them child care, but we don't want to do that otherwise as an overarching social agreement to care about people. It's interesting who you're choosing to care for here.
Anyone else from the public? If not, how does council wish to proceed?
I move that we approve item 9D with the recommendation of the city manager, that the city council will go with items 1 and 2.
Second.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We are now moving on to item 9E from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Carlos Huizar, Management Associate with the City Manager's Office. Tonight's item 9E is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council discuss and provide direction on a real property acquisition policy. On October 11, 2022, Councilmember Kaji received concurrence from your honorable body to direct staff to prepare this agenda item to discuss criteria to make unsolicited offers for real property acquisitions to support city-related projects or initiatives. The city has dedicated staff within the city manager's office that oversees the city's real estate portfolio and assists in negotiations for potential real property or property rights acquisitions. At this time, the city does not have a formalized policy other than following applicable California government code regulations. In our research, staff found that jurisdictions that were evaluated for their acquisition policies did not provide any guidance on unsolicited bid offers. For context, an unsolicited bid is an offer made for a property or property right that is currently not seeking a buyer. Staff recommends that if City Council decides to adopt the policy, that the policy be directed for all types of real property and or property right acquisitions, regardless of whether the bid would be unsolicited or solicited. Staff has drafted a policy for your review to guide the discussion, and staff is seeking direction from council on how to proceed. Now I'll go ahead and briefly summarize the draft policy, which is included in your staff report as attachment A for your review. As a policy statement for this policy, the purpose of this policy is to set forth responsibilities, general strategies, and procedures for acquisition of real property or property rights, whether it be done by sale, lease, or via grants, donations, gifts, dedication, or exchanges. This policy is designed to ensure that the city is in a state of readiness as it relates to acquiring real property or property rights, and that the city is managing its real estate portfolio consistent with the City Council's strategic, economic development, housing, and general plan strategies. As previously mentioned, rather than a criteria unsolicited offers, the policy should have
Folks, a group in the back of the room, all three of you, you are disrupting our meeting. You are disrupting our meeting. Ejected. Sergeant at Arms, the three folks at the rear of the room are ejected. We need to close the door. When they're ejected, they're actually ejected from the building. Next week would be good.
All right.
Apologize to the public for the rude disruption. Let's proceed with our meeting.
Thank you, Mayor. As previously mentioned, rather than the criteria of unsolicited offers, the policy should have a set of goals that the city is attempting to accomplish when considering purchasing a property or property right, such as whether the acquisition will either improve existing or provide new municipal services and delivery of said services, advancing city plans, policy goals as they relate to economic development, the city's housing needs, the general plan, and other policy initiatives set forth by the City Council, promote senior, disabled, affordable, and essential services workforce housing, which would include city, Torrance Unified School District, and Torrance-based hospital full-time staff that would bolster employee recruitment and retention efforts, and also as a direction to provide an effective stewardship of current and future city assets. As previously mentioned, the City Manager's Office land management team is the team that manages or assists with real estate acquisitions. With a project manager and team members that are determined by the city manager or designee. Along with city staff members, the land management team may often use or can potentially use third-party outside consulting as needed based on the nature and complexity of the proposed acquisition. That may include appraisers, engineers, accountants, outside legal counsel, economists, brokers, and financing consultants to assist in the effort. Please note that any third party that would be selected is selected based on our city's purchasing policies. The policy provides pretty much a comprehensive review of the roles and responsibility relating to the matter, which includes your honorable bodies, the city manager, the project manager for the project or acquisition, the city attorney's office, and other city departments, and their functions are listed on the process. Kind of the guiding kind of thoughts on the policy in considering whether to pursue an acquisition or of a property or property right is there a demonstrated immediate need to purchase the property or property right? Does this further advance a master plan for expansion of specific city services and facilities? Is purchasing the property compatible with the general plan, the city's specific plans, any zoning overlays, or any strategic initiatives? Does the acquisition assist in assembling properties that would further promote city goals, such as the development of workforce housing or parkland, or become part of a portfolio of properties to lease a long-term revenue purposes? Furthermore, the policy does provide an overview of general procedures of how the real estate acquisition would occur, and basically how we would follow that process. In conclusion, staff recommends that City Council provide direction regarding the real property acquisition policy. The three options are as follows. Option 1 would be to adopt the draft real property acquisition policy as currently written. Option 2 would be direct staff to prepare a draft real property acquisition policy with needed amendments and bring back at a future meeting with the revised policy for consideration. Or option 3 would be to accept and file the staff report with no action taken. Staff is available for any questions.
Thank you. Does anyone from the council have questions or comments for the staff? Councilman Griffiths.
Kind of a stupid question, but have we had any problems in the past with any acquisitions of property that the city's undertaken?
Your Honor, Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. Historically, the city has normally received proposals unless we receive specific direction from council. We have not in the past actively pursued properly without that direction. Councilman Griffiths, we have not had challenges in the past, but it has required council direction to pursue individual actions rather than having an overarching direction from council on what potential opportunities to look out for.
And I want to defer to my colleague who requested this item. I just want to see, is this addressing a concern that you felt was there, and does this address your concerns? And I'd like to hear your input on that.
Thank you, Councilman Griffith. I'm in raising this issue at this particular time. I know that we've had our own discussions, and I think where we're headed in 2023 is to look at initiating a land use study for the city. So, yeah, while this may seem like putting the cart before the horse, I think it is tied to it, and I think for tonight's action, I think it'd be at least worthwhile to bring it before the attention of the council and the public, and to accept and file at this time rather than take any specific action. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no other questions or comments from the council, we'll go to the public.
James Henry.
If a real property acquisition policy is adopted by the city, will the expenditure still be none? Or will the city have to hire outside services to successfully implement the program? That's the question.
I'll take a stab at it, Mr. Henry, and I think to establish a policy, I think that was the funding. That was none, but I'll let staff answer that.
Would you like further response to the individual? So this item does not require an expenditure because what's being presented tonight is just a policy. However, any future acquisitions will be brought forth in the public hearing, and that would have an expenditure. If we do require assistance of any outside counsel or third party, that would be also be presented to your honorable body as a request for approval.
Thank you. I think Mr. Henry just gave us the peace sign. Anyone else from the public?
Hello, this is Porchap again. So I don't understand why is this come up again, but I'm not the brightest tool in the shed, you know. But what happened to eminent domain? All this thing is we have laws for eminent domain. So if a school district or anybody needs a property, you know, they have the eminent domain as a law, you know, to require property what is public interest. So I don't know why we need a similar thing what is already governed. But it's maybe just me. And of course it's gonna cost money. It's gonna cost money for the city. The lawyer's gonna make money, just like your overlay BS. And, you know, taxpayers gonna pay for it. They're stupid enough. They voted for SST, remember? Thank you.
Thank you. Looks like we're going to bring this back to the council. How does the council wish to proceed?
Mayor, I have a question.
Oh, my bad. Councilman Matucci.
Yeah, my question is, if we go with option 3, accept and file, will we have to get concurrence again to bring it back? So it's pretty much dead if we go with option 3?
Your Honor, Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. Councilman Matucci, that's correct. It's not dead. The work has been done. If council provides us a future oral to return, we will bring it back, and otherwise the matter is tabled until directed by mayor and council.
Thank you.
Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. A question from the staff about the attachment A. It only discusses the acquisition and not the disposition of the property, but attachment B also lists acquisition. I just wanted to understand what's the difference.
Sure. Councilman Shake, attachment A was responsive to the oral that we were provided, which was specific to the acquisition of property. In reviewing models from other agencies, such as the City of Sunnyvale, which is attachment B, and the City of Redwood, which is attachment C, those agency policies focus on both acquisition and disposition of property. Again, staff was responsive to the oral requests, but we provided examples of how other agencies have followed it.
So if we go with option A, which means we only agreeing with the acquisition and not the disposition of the property.
That's correct. If the council was interested in modifying our draft policy, it would be option 2 that the council would direct staff to advance and amend the draft real policy to reflect any additional items council would wish to include.
And just to piggyback to Councilman Griffith's question, a little bit different way, how do we acquire different properties now? Do we, I know you said earlier that we get proposals, but do we look for or seek for different properties for any need, or?
Staff has sought properties when we've received direction from council to advance a certain need. We need to expand a park, pursue acquiring these 2 properties here, and staff advances that, informing council of progress through closed session negotiation briefings, and then once negotiations have successfully concluded, it's brought back in open session for review by the public and then action by council.
And Councilman, if I may, Adam Shpine, City Manager, typically when we've had interest, it was for a property that's for sale, available in the market. would acquire, engage, similar to the 15-acre transit acre site. This mechanism will allow unsolicited offers. This is a property that may not be listed, where the city, because of our strategic objectives, for the reasons listed, we may reach out to a potential owner and ask them, are you interested in disposing your property? City has an interest.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Kaji?
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to my colleagues for their comments. What I'd like to put into the motion is option 2, to direct staff to prepare a draft real property acquisition policy with needed amendments and bring back the revised policy for council's consideration at a future meeting. And I do so because even on second thought, as we do move forward on a land use plan, I think that having this in place, will allow us to move more effectively should opportunities arise.
Councilman Kaji, I'm going to guess that the staff, since we did not hear any comments on changes to this draft policy, the staff may be, they're wondering which amendments do they want to this draft, or do we want to bring this back? You see what I'm saying? I mean, which amendments are we going to ask the staff to bring back?
Maybe
Am I
for
correct?
a point of clarification, I know that you provided in attachment B an example. Are there any other examples from other cities in California that you're able to identify?
So as a part of the item, I apologize, Your Honor, Danny Santana, City Manager's Office, Councilman Kaji, as a part of the item, we included 2 of the notable examples from Sunnyvale and Redwood. Carlos, Mr. Weezar, did we find other examples other than these 2?
Mostly, Councilmember Kaji, so those were the ones that are more comparable with our population, but City of Los Angeles, City of San Diego have their acquisition policies. It's a little bit more detailed, more comprehensive. It also includes the deposition of property. We've also looked at policies for Metro LA, but because that's a transportation agency, we didn't feel like it was a really good model to follow, since they're dealing more with eminent domain and public transportation projects. There are many examples of acquisition policies, but none of the policies that we researched had any guidance on unsolicited offers.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, Danny Santana again with the City Manager's Office. We did find a number of federal agencies that had very extensive policies that were volumes. And that's, as Mr. Weezar indicated, we provided the examples that were most comparable. County of San Diego is another one that had a very extensive policy in addition to the city. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. I think Councilman Tucci has a question, if it's okay to take that. I know you have your motion. Okay, Councilman Tucci.
It's, I guess, pertaining to the motion that's on the floor now. I would imagine that option 1 is more in line with what you're saying, just because we would put it, adopt it, and also I would believe we would have the flexibility of coming back and making amendments to a policy. So instead of kind of guessing what could be changed, maybe go with option 1. That's my recommendation, to go with option 1, implement something, put it on the books so that we can, start being proactive towards real estate acquisitions, and also have the flexibility of coming back and making those amendments as needed.
I welcome that modification. Thank you.
Before you, I got Councilwoman Kalani clicked in. Are you guys okay with her making a comment or clarification?
Thank you. I guess my thought is that maybe that's more of an option 3 then, because we accept it as it is and have it ready to bring back when and if we need it. But it also allows us to watch the changes that are happening. I mean, a lot of work went into it, and it's sitting there and ready. But we could need some amendments or changes as we get closer to our land development studies.
My understanding is that option 3 just pretty much kills it.
But it's still available to us to resurface at the request of the council. Is that not correct?
Your Honor, Councilwoman Kalani, that is correct.
I like the idea of implementing it and getting it going, get the ball rolling, and making changes as needed. I think as drafted, it's very simplistic, but it's comprehensive, ready to go, and it gives the staff a little bit of flexibility. I'd stick to the motion.
So for the sake of clarity, I'm going to ask Councilman Kaji to restate his motion and Councilman Matucci's second, because I think we kind of went through a few rounds of this.
Okay, I'm going to option 1. Adopt the draft real acquisition policy as currently written.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with council members Griffiths and Kalani voting no.
Thank you. Anyone need a break, or do we press forward? I hear a request for a 10-minute recess. And we'll take a 10-minute recess.
Activities through
Easier from here.
All you have to do is make sure that Matthew Concannon is terminated, right?
For Sherilyn and Justin. Also standing in solidarity for Sherilyn and justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. We are still demanding the firing of Matthew Concannon and the creation of an independent civilian oversight board. We're going to be here. We are going to be here. We're not going anywhere. This is ridiculous. As other folks have said, there are examples of civilian oversight committees in Southern California, in Los Angeles. Y'all need to do your jobs. We're not going anywhere. We're not asking for stipends for the police. We are asking for justice, and that justice looks like basic accountability after the city has killed a black man. I yield my time.
This year gonna be better than last year. Hi. The city clerk.
So y'all are trying to get a substitute. So y'all are trying to get a substitute of the League of Women Voters, using this hall to discuss racism in the when it all right, lifting up with folks have already said, if we're gonna, the talk should be to expand democracy, not to restrict public comment altogether with their time limits on oral communications. We should be expanding opportunities for people to voice. All right, this is some bullshit. So essentially, this is an amendment, side letter to the police labor contract that will cost city
We're reconvening our city council meeting. It's 9:25, and we're moving on to item 10A. Now is the time and place for a public hearing on agenda item 10A to adopt an ordinance amending the Torrance Municipal Code by adding Chapter 18 entitled Shopping Cart Retrieval and Containment by Owners to Division 4 of the Torrance Municipal Code. Has this matter been properly advertised?
Yes, Your Honor, it has.
Thank you. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Your Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director. The item before your honorable body is the introduction of a shopping cart ordinance that would be applicable to every business that utilizes more than 10 shopping carts or other types of carts for their businesses. Staff has been attempting to solve the issue of shopping carts being taken from retail establishments and abandoned all over the city. While there are several corporate and franchise businesses that do use a cart retrieval company, there are still a large number that do not have a cart retrieval program in place. Therefore, to help alleviate the number of abandoned carts found throughout the city, while also holding the retail businesses accountable for their carts, staff prepared a shopping cart ordinance that would be applicable to every business that utilizes more than 10 shopping carts. Chapter 19 of the California Business and Professional Code, which is also known as the California State Shopping Cart and Laundry Cart Law, was enacted in 1997 and limits jurisdictions in the manner by which cart abatement and impoundment can be conducted. However, the California Business and Professional Code does allow a jurisdiction to develop its own ordinance to eliminate the accumulation of abandoned carts within city limits so long as it does not conflict with state law. The proposed ordinance is consistent with state law in making it unlawful to remove a cart from a business premises or to possess it after it has been removed, and follows all notification and impoundment guidelines. Additionally, the ordinance prohibits a cart owner from allowing their carts to be abandoned or remain unattended on the public or private property other than the business premise of the cart owner. The ordinance requires cart owners to secure their carts during hours when their business is closed. Clearly mark and identify each cart with the name, address, and telephone number of the owner, and place notifications on the cart which provides that the removal of the cart from the business premises is a violation of state and municipal law. The ordinance also requires cart owners to submit a cart retrieval and containment plan to the city. Failure to submit a plan can subject the cart owner to an administrative citation as prescribed in Section 12.8.050 of the Torrance Municipal Code. There are several types of cart containment options that cart owners may choose, including physical barrier systems or electronically operated wheel locking systems. Owners may choose which method of cart containment or control will work best for their store. The ordinance allows city staff to review the plans for compliance and to make necessary corrections to the plans before approval. The ordinance also includes an exemption whereby an owner may be eligible if it can be shown that they have 10 or less carts for use by customers or have physical measures in place to ensure that the carts do not exit the building. The exemption may be revoked if the physical measures are found to be ineffective. The ordinance also permits the city to retrieve abandoned or unmarked carts. If a cart has been impounded and the identity of the owner is visible, the city must provide notice to the owner as to the cart's location, how the cart may be retrieved, and a warning that the failure to retrieve the cart may result in the cart's sale or destruction after 30 days per state law. The city would not be required to provide notice if the identity of the cart's owner is not provided for on the cart. Furthermore, through the ordinance, the city would be able to recover its actual cost for providing any service, such as cart retrieval and impounding, from a business where the cart was not recovered within 3 city business days of the owner being contacted. The cost to retrieve an impounded cart will be based upon the city's actual cost. It should be noted that earlier today, the City Council received a supplemental staff report including an updated ordinance, as it was determined that Section 418.1.060 of the proposed ordinance did not clearly reflect California Business and Professional Code Section 22435.7. Therefore, this section was updated accordingly. Additionally, it was discovered that several section numbers throughout the ordinance were inadvertently listed incorrectly and were also updated accordingly. Notice of the public hearing on the ordinance was published in the Daily Breeze on December 30th, 2022. Additionally, on December 29th, 2022, staff mailed the public hearing notice to 160 businesses, whereby staff is aware that the establishment offers carts to their customers. The overall objective of this ordinance is to establish a foundation with the retail industry to ensure that a cart retrieval and containment plan is responsive to the needs of the community for a clean and safe environment. That concludes staff's presentation. If any member of your honorable body have questions, I'd be happy to answer them at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, staff, for bringing this back. I just want to make sure that both the businesses and the public understand that this is not a way to punish the businesses. We are trying to be pro-business, but we are pro-Torrance before anything else. I think the shopping cart problem is something that affects all of us. Some people may think, well, what's a few shopping carts? But we're talking about, I think right now we're picking up between 80 and 100 per month. Is that correct? Not we, the service that we hired. I thought it was a maximum of 100 is what we were contracted for.
City Manager, we pay per cart, but that number seems accurate, Councilman.
But it is.
If it exceeds, we'll pay more.
Oh, okay.
But on average, they're picking up about 100 carts.
Okay, but we're picking up the cost. The
City is paying them, yes.
City's
We'll never
paying
pass
them.
through at this
Yeah.
time.
Which I think it's only fair that the businesses either pick up the tab or pick up their cards or both. It is a problem. It's not necessarily their fault. I mean, people are just rude. They'll shop, walk to a bus stop and leave it there, or they'll take it and take it for a joyride. I don't know what they're doing, but I see a lot of carts around town. It's a little bit of a pet peeve in my book, but I think this ordinance is well written, and hopefully it's something that we can vote on and agree on. I did not see a fee structure. Do we have any idea as to how much, let's say, a cart retrieval would cost us?
Your Honorable Mayor, council members, so if we're able to charge for business for retrieving their cart after 3 business days, it'll be based on actual cost. Since it's a new program, that is something that we will be studying, and it will be part of our master fee schedule that we're currently the Department of Finance is currently working on right now. So that will be something that will be brought back at a later date.
Okay. Perfect.
There are other fees, though, that we will also be charging. That we can charge a processing fee for the actual cart containment plan for our review of it. So that will also be a fee that will be included in the master fee schedule.
And the idea is not to charge anything, because the people can take care of their cards and make sure that they contain them within the property. So that's the end goal, is to make sure that nobody has to take the cart, or nobody can take the carts off the property. So as far as implementation, what we're looking at, I mean, if we were to agree to the terms, how soon are we looking at implementing the whole program?
If the council approved it this evening, it would come back at the next council meeting for final adoption. Then you have your 30 days appeal period, and then after that, it would actually go into effect.
Okay. Is that a viable time frame for a retailer to take the measures needed? Let's say to hire a company to put in a wheel locking system. It sounds to me that the time frame might be a little short.
Actually, the ordinance does allow for 6 months for any current business. It's 180 days. So we would start notifying them that if it gets approved this evening, we would probably send out something saying there will be a second reading, and kind of giving them some timelines to start working with.
I misunderstood it. So the implementation is for new businesses that want to open. Okay. So the existing businesses have up to 6 months to do whatever changes.
From the date of it going into effect.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay, that should be plenty of time. Okay. I like the idea. I'm definitely in favor of it. Thank you.
Councilman Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, for putting this together. I appreciate the answer to the questions I'd asked prior to the meeting. I feel like we're trying to solve a problem that we already have a solution to. And maybe I'm misunderstanding it, but we already have a program that we're paying a company to pick up carts that are strayed from their businesses. And I think I heard that that's picking up 80 or so carts a month. At what cost to the city?
But that, we have a, I do clarify, we do have $1,000 cap because our cost did go up, but we could always increase that.
And is that per month?
Per month, it's per month.
And that's up to 100 carts?
Right.
Okay. Because I see a lot of extra bureaucracy both on the city part as well as on the businesses to have to put together plans and all of this. And right now, the carts that are being picked up are being returned to the business at no charge to the business. Is that how that works?
That is correct.
Um,
And if I may, Your Honorable Mayor and council members, I do believe there is some merit to this. Right now, through any new businesses that are coming forth through the planning division, we do put a condition in there for them to have some type of cart plan now. But without the actual teeth of this ordinance to allow us to specifically include what we want included in that plan, and for us then to allow some enforcement to it, I think this just gives us a better tool.
I think that's valuable information to have because I'm concerned about the staff's ability to manage and maintain all these programs. And I'm trying to, we already have a solution that's getting the carts off our streets at a reasonable price. And I don't want to burden staff with unnecessary things unless there's going to be some further improvement that makes sense to do all this. And so thank you for clarifying that. That helps me a lot. Thanks.
Councilman Kaji?
Thank you, Your Honor. For the businesses that do use carts, do we have some idea of what the average cost is per cart?
I do not know what the average any longer. I did it one time, but I don't know recently.
Okay, but there is a cost.
There is a cost to them losing their carts.
Okay, all right.
And
Thank you.
for those businesses that don't have a large inventory of carts, it's even greater for them.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Matucci?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to answer that question. I asked the two retailers. By the way, the two retailers that I spoke to, they love the idea of being able to keep their carts on track, and they said this would actually push corporate to actually do something about it because there's a lot of frustrations from some of the managers that I spoke to, and the cost that I've been told is between $250 and $600 per cart. The stainless steel carts obviously being the most expensive ones. Are about $600 each. There's also wheel theft, which I can't understand what those wheels. Petco on Sepulveda, according to their manager, lost about 700 carts because of the wheels being taken off. The casters, I guess. I don't know what they're using them for, but they've about 700 carts over the years they've lost with being taken apart. So I'm hoping that if we put something on the books, it gives us, I guess, like you said, some teeth, and also the cost recovery, because right now, if it's $1,000, it's $10 per cart. My understanding that they're charging us to pick up, which it's not cheap when you start adding it up. But 100 carts, I'll be honest with you, just driving around, I could probably pick up 50 in one day. So 100 a month is nothing, you know. So if we have a program to where we get reimbursed, and I think it would be beneficial for everybody around, you know. I mean, the businesses itself are going to have to, you know, make some changes. Some of them already have the methods in place. Ross, you cannot take the cart out. They have a bar, so that would probably qualify as a restraining system. So they probably wouldn't have to do anything. But if one of their carts is found, we would go through the process. Okay, all right.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Councilman Shake?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Michelle. That was very interesting, very important information. A couple of questions jumped into my head. Number one, the difference between having an ordinance and having a current status is major. It's primarily because we can acquire those cards and store it in one of our facilities. And then when contacted by any of the vendors, we can charge them and have them pick it up.
That is one aspect of it. There's the aspect of them actually having a cart containment plan that has to be approved by us that says how they're going to keep their carts on site, and that makes them liable for that. There's the aspect that if we find their cart on the streets and we pick it up, that then they have to come and get it from us, and we can, if it's beyond the 3 city business days, we can actually charge for our services. There's also the aspect that if they don't do a cart containment plan, then they can face administrative fines from us for not participating in the program. So there's a lot of different layers to the program, but all with the intent to be able to clean up our community and not have these carts out on our streets.
Right. There are lots of benefits. So right now, the way the program is now that the outsourced third party that picks up, they drop it at the vendor's location, and no question, nothing, no interaction. They just drop it and give us the bill.
That is correct.
But sorry, Michelle, if I may, Mr. Brian, we do put those retailers on notice.
Okay.
That we do have a report that shows which retailers are more frequent recipients of our services, but that's where it ends. There's no additional follow-up. I'll yield to Michelle for any other feedback.
I think the city manager covered it.
Okay. And the policy or ordinance will implement all abandoned carts, vacant or filled with some items.
When abandoned carts are filled with items, it depends what they are filled with. If it appears that they are filled with somebody's personal belongings, then we do have to make a determination if that person is coming back for their personal belongings. If it looks like they're not, then we do have to do very similar that we would do for any other abandoned items that we might find is store them, is inventory them, store them, and keep them. So it really depends. That's a difficult question just to have a black and white answer to. But we would look at each situation to figure out if it looks like it's actually abandoned personal items or is it just trash. And then if it's trash, then that would be a different scenario where we could take it and it'd be considered abandoned.
Just out of curiosity, how much time we're gonna wait until somebody comes and claim they're at the place that you spot the cart?
Well, regardless if there's identification on the carts, we have to notify the owner of that cart, and they have 3 days to pick it up, or then we can pick it up.
How much time?
Well, I would say we would do the 3 days.
We're gonna leave the cart.
Yeah, 72 hours.
And if nobody moves, then we can pick it up. But if it's gone, then okay.
Correct.
All right. Thank you.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you. I was just curious as who is we? Who will be out roaming the streets? A Torrance staff member?
Well, we have we actually are in contract with a cart retrieval company. So they're the ones who are out there that are retrieving these carts. If there's something that's questionable, then we do have our outside code enforcement officers that will be able to assist to look at something if there was something where they were concerned about picking up a cart.
Okay, so under the ordinance, we'll still have the same contracted company doing that, but yet we'll be able to pass the cost on to the cart owner.
Correct. Instead of them dropping the cart back off to the property owner, they will actually now be bringing them to us, where we will now store them and contact the cart owner.
That was good clarification. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Councilman Matucci.
Sorry. Councilman Sheikh, I think brought up something, and I think I misunderstood. I think your understanding was that there's 3 days that it stays on the street, and then during that time, my understanding is that they have 3 days while it's being stored at our facility.
It's actually both, and so state law requires that if the cart is on the street and we see it, we must notify the cart owner, and they have 72 hours to pick up that cart. There is an exception of that where we could pick it up within sooner than that, and if we do so, then we have to email that cart owner immediately and give them that 3 days also. Once we pick up the cart, though, they do still have 3 days to retrieve it from us.
Okay. I mean, what I'd personally like is for us to pick it up.
Mhm.
Period. Because if it stays 72 hours, it's going to be moved 2 blocks down the street, then some kid's going to ride it a half a block the other way, and before we know it,
Yeah.
we have no idea where that cart went.
Yeah, and we can do that because it does allow us the option in the ordinance to do that. But if it looks as though it belongs to somebody, that there's personal belongings, then we must treat it accordingly, and we must post just like we would for any other type of encampment if we were going to clean up.
Kind of like if there's clothes and
Correct.
canned goods and stuff like that. That I understand.
Correct.
I get that. But if it's just like empty cups of coffee and a couple of Carl's Jr. wrappers, then we can take it. Okay.
That's a different story.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Let me ask a clarification question. It's related to what you asked. The current company we hire right now, they don't wait a certain amount of days. They see an empty cart, they just pick it up on the spot, I assume, right?
That is correct because they're returning it directly to the cart owner.
Do they get paid from the, when you say cart owner, I know somebody may think that, someone else owns a cart once they take possession. You mean the store, the store business. Do the store, the business, do they also pay the cart company when they drop off one of their carts as well?
No, we do have some businesses within our city that are also directly under contract with Cart Track.
Right.
So if they are under contract with them, then they get charged that fee, not us.
Okay.
But for those that are not under contract with them, then we get charged the fee.
Okay. And as we proceed forward, this discussion that Councilman Tucci brought up, if it looks like there's something that looks like somebody's belonging, the belonging doesn't have to stay in the cart, right? The belonging could stay where it was, but the cart still belongs to whatever business owner, right?
It's a really touchy area, and so the cart actually is almost like part of their. It's not. They don't belongs to them, but it's part of where their belongings are. So we still would have to give that 72 hours notice before we could take that cart and the belongings.
Okay, that's an interesting interpretation because somebody drives a pickup and goes in a parking lot and someone else puts their belonging in there. And then it's like, but the pickup still belongs to the pickup owner. Right?
Well, now if the business owner wants to come and pick up their cart, then that would be between the business owner and that cart.
Right.
I'm not going to get involved. But from
Yeah,
the city
you see what I'm getting at,
perspective,
right? Yeah.
To protect the city from potential litigation or issues, we would do our regular 72-hour posting before we would take it.
Yeah. Okay. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick questions. How has the billing recovery been from the businesses who we've billed out for their carts?
We don't bill anyone currently.
Well, what about the recovery from the third-party company? Is that?
They bill us directly.
Okay, they'll bill us directly. Second of all, have we ever considered a requirement of businesses to put locks on the shopping carts so they can't be removed?
That is one of the options that they will have under the cart retrieval program.
Okay, perfect. And then let's say after the 72 hours is over and we've met all of those requirements, what happens to the carts that are not retrieved? Do we destroy those?
After 30 days, we would then be able to either sell those carts or destroy them.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I just had a question because I kept hearing the 72 hours, but I couldn't find 72 hours in the.
It actually says 3 days, 3 business days.
Oh, because I thought I saw 24 hours on page 5.
Well, that's like, there's 2 options we have. We can either notify them and they have 3 business days to either pick it up, or we have the other option where we can pick it up and then we have to notify that business owner immediately. With the 3 So we can do either method, and from what I'm hearing from, one of the recommendations was they would prefer us to do the method of picking it up and notifying it and holding it, and we can do either. This gives us the option. It's based on
okay.
state law, so state law actually outlines both of those options.
Okay, so when would we decide which we preferred, immediately, 24 hours, or 72?
You can give direction this evening to us and to the city, to staff, and we will proceed in that manner if this goes through and gets adopted.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Griffiths.
Yes, thank you again. Quick question. Thank you for notifying all the potential businesses that would be impacted. Was there any response from any business?
I did receive a call from one business, and they stated that they have a cart retrieval program, so this doesn't affect them. And I said, great, I'll look forward to receiving that if this gets adopted.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I don't see anyone else clicked in. Do we have comments from the public?
James Henry, how do you know when you pick up a cart that it belongs to a business in the city of Torrance? Could it possibly be a business in Redondo Beach that you're picking it up? How can you tell?
What? Sometimes hard to tell. I mean, if this ordinance goes in, I think part of it is the business owners or store owners are have to put identification on them. At least that's how I read it, right? Who it owns and what address or something like that.
I'll let him finish.
Does the city have the capability of identifying these carts?
It's like a car with no label. If there's nothing on there, then the possession is ours, I believe, by default. If it's stranded, we're not going to leave it there, and we'll put it somewhere. Staff, correct me if I'm wrong. There's no identification. It's just on the corner. We would take it and just, we wouldn't know who to call, and we just put it in our impound, and just like what our staff said, so in the future we might, sell it or destroy it.
Your Honorable Mayor, council members, so if the ordinance was to be adopted, part of the cart containment program is that all the shopping carts do have to be labeled with the name of the business, the address, contact phone number, as well as the notification that the cart is not supposed to leave the premise. Those that we do find on the street that do not have no identification, then we're not under any obligation to store them. We could get rid of them immediately.
Mayor, if I may, I think the gentleman is referring to, let's say, the cart belongs to the Vaughns in Redondo Beach, as an example, and it happens to migrate into Torrance. It's labeled as a Vaughn's shopping cart, but it's not labeled with the exact store, because obviously that Vaughn's doesn't have the same regulations that we might have here. How we're going to handle that at that point is that Vaughn's shopping cart going to be returned to the company, and how do we handle if they're from a store that's from outside of Redondo Beach but clearly identified as that particular store?
Your Honorable Mayor, council members, if the ordinance was to be adopted, the cart retrieval company would then be bringing these carts to us. So if there was a cart from outside of our city limits, then we would be notifying them that their cart is within our city, and for them to come pick it up. If it became a regular problem where it was the same type of business whose carts kept ending up in our city, then that would be something that I would discuss with our legal counsel to find out if there is any way that we are able to also hold them accountable for it. But at this time, when you look at the list that we're picking up, we are generally picking up carts within our own city. I don't believe this has been an issue for us.
Okay, and since the, if I may, Mayor, since the cart, even though it's not in Torrance, it's owned by a particular company that may be also present in Torrance, can the ordinance reflect that basically the bill, I guess the retrieval cost, would go to corporate that owns the store, no matter where that store is from, just because the city that's impacted, negatively impact, would be Torrance. If we can put that into the ordinance, obviously with the clearance of our legal team.
I don't think we actually need to put that in our ordinance. I think that our ordinance gives us that leeway, but it might be a little tricky because while it might be a corporate business, that might be easy to do. If it's a franchise business, that might not be the same.
Exactly.
So I think it is something that we can look at when that happens to figure out how we can best move forward in trying to recoup any costs.
I would imagine the most carts that we see in Torrance are probably from Torrance businesses.
Yes, they are.
Okay, thank you.
I know what you're about to ask. I just want to make sure I give you your allotted time to finish your thoughts.
Okay. Well, I have an out of the box kind of idea, like having a microchip on the carts, so that the businesses can know it's their cart and retrieve it. If they have, the stores have the ability to track their own carts by microchip. It's kind of out of a box idea, but that's my idea.
Appreciate your comments. I think you might have a business idea to make some money. I think microchips are probably already in there. That's why some of them, the wheels lock. But I think you might be the next millionaire. Anyone else? Okay. With that, I think we do have someone. I think those requests, I think that when we kind of late night public hearings, maybe, you guys could sit a little closer so that you can walk quicker.
Well, I thought I got up here a pretty good time. Good evening. Okay, don't take up my time. Okay. A couple of things. Daiso over on Sepulveda, they actually escort their people out if they have to use the cart, and they bring the cart back in, which is a good idea. Although Ralph's on Anza and Cali Mayor, if you find their carts, just throw them away because they're awful and it'll make them buy new ones. They're rusted. It's horrible. Okay, now for the serious stuff. I remember a while ago, Vaughn's on Anza and Torrance had the little one-person cart. Well, I was driving down Anza, and there was a house had their garage door up. What they did is they took the small cart, they cut out the basket part, and put a lawn chair on there, and they were wheeling each other around. I can point out the house to anybody who wants it. So,
Thank you. Your time is up. We'll leave it up to. I think the business owners will will propose their cart management plan. So some of them will probably come with something very creative. Looks like all the public has spoken because there's only two out there. You've both spoken. So I'll take a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Do any members of the council wish to take action on this ordinance? And if so, I would ask the clerk for a number and title. I'll ask the clerk for a number and title first. There you go.
Your Honor, this is ordinance number 3912, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, adding Chapter 18 entitled Shopping Cart Retrieval and Containment by Owners to Division 4 of the Torrance Municipal Code.
I move to go with the recommendation of the Community Development Director and adopt ordinance number 3912.
Your Honor, just to clarify for Councilman Matucci, if his motion is the amended ordinance that was provided in supplemental number 1.
Yes, the amended. Correct.
Thank you.
Yes, as amended.
I second his motion.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Great. There are no agency agendas, and there are no second readings. At this moment, we're gonna go back in the closed session. It's 10 p.m. and
You're,
and we'll come back to close. Councilwoman Kalani. Oh, my bad. I can see her standing up already. Oral communications number 2. Under Ralph and Brown Act, council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed. You're allowed 1 minute. You can only speak on oral communications 1 or 2. Please proceed.
Day. I didn't get out yesterday, so I didn't get to thank a cop yesterday, so thank you, and to all your coworkers and chief. Anyways, and then also I wanted to find out if there's anything that we can do to stop those makeshift taco stand people or whatever, because there's one particular place on Anza right in front of CVS, and they even blocked the sidewalk. So, I mean, that's not right. And I don't know if there's anything we can do to curb these, things from coming up, because there's just going to be more and more and more, and we're going to look like downtown LA. And I don't know. I just wish you guys could do something about it, because I don't think it's right. And then they're taking business away from Tom's Tacos.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public who has not spoken? All right, we're going to transition to council orals. And if I go to my name list here, I believe Councilwoman Kalani, you're first.
Thank you, Mayor. I really have nothing else but to wish everybody a good evening. Thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. Recently, there's been a number of concerns expressed to not only the council but to city staff regarding a recent notice at Alpine Village that they have provided with their independent stall vendors with an impending closure. I just wanted to do a small PSA for the public that although Alpine Village has a Torrance mailing address, it is not physically located within the city of Torrance's jurisdiction. Alpine Village is actually located in the incorporated area of Los Angeles County. So if there's any concerns about Alpine Village, I'm tripping over my words, I'm sorry, contact Los Angeles County. They only have a Torrance mailing address, and we have no purview over the operations of Alpine Village. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. I grew up across the street from Alpine Village, and for over 20 years, I thought I lived in Torrance. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor, and Happy New Year, everyone, and hopefully 2023 will be better than 2022. And just I appreciate, I know we don't really give each other too much appreciation, but I just want to tell you how much I appreciate the work that goes into these meetings and all the staff time and all the people behind the scenes that don't get any merit. I just want to give them a shout out that I know there's a lot of work putting this stuff together, and a lot of times it comes in a year or two later after getting council concurrence, but it still comes back. So I appreciate that, and thanks again, and Happy New Year, everyone.
Thank you. Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want a Happy New Year to everyone, and I believe the last year was a good year. We accomplished quite a few things, and hopefully to accomplish more things. Thankfully, we have a good rain. Thank to Mother Nature for that, and congratulations to also Torrance Rose Float Association for winning President Award. And also congratulations to Councilwoman Kalani. She's now Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to wish everybody the best, all the best in the new year, and hope everybody had a nice holiday and enjoyed it well, and look forward to seeing you here throughout the year. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Mayor. During these recent rains, I saw many wonderful examples of our public works staff and police, fire out on the street in the rain. We've had accidents, we've had some water lines break, but I really hand it to the staff, city manager, the assistants, all the department heads and the chiefs for overseeing the tremendous activities by our staff. So happy 2023 to everybody, and look forward to working with you in the new year. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilman Kaji. I echo the comments from all of my colleagues. We're very grateful for the entire city of Torrance staff. There are people here that we thank, and there are people who are not even seen, who are in the back room tonight. It takes a lot to keep the Torrance machine moving. And a lot of times the people in the public don't know what it takes to keep this machine moving as efficient as we can under all circumstances. And do know that every one of us here care and love for our city. We're always looking for ways to do things better and smarter to serve our community. Sometimes it doesn't seem like we get it right, but do know that our heart is in the right place, and we find something that needs improvement, we get on it as best as we can. So just know that. A lot of times we get comments, emails from the public, almost as if we did not know certain things. We actually do see a lot of things in our city. Every one of our elected lives in every part of Torrance, I believe. So we do see, and our staff knows that, we see and we care. And the thing is, this is a good time to say it's 2023. Let's start off on a note to make Torrance the premier city in the nation. I want to thank you, to everyone, the public, for your active participation, interests, and staying informed. You're all welcome to come to the city council, to the council meeting. As I said earlier, it is safe to come. Please come and participate. Your involvement continues to help shape Torrance and keep us moving forward. Looking ahead at 2023, I know we will accomplish great things. Together, we will accomplish great things. Thank you to our community partners, residents, businesses, city staff who continue to serve and provide for our great city. As we celebrate Service Leaders Celebration Month in honor of Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., I want to encourage everyone to find an organization, a project, or program that is meaningful to you that will allow you to serve others. Make 2023 something the outward focus. Bless someone else, serve others. As Gandhi once said, the best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. With that, instead of concluding tonight, because we're going to closed session, thank you and good night. Good evening. Indeed.
Good evening, it's 5:01. Will the city clerk please give us a roll call?
One. Thank you. Thank you.
Activities throughout.
Design. Yeah. We're reconvening our city council meeting. It's 9:25, and we're moving on to item 10A. Now is the time and place for a public hearing on agenda item 10A to adopt an ordinance amending
The Torrance Municipal Code by adding Chapter 18 entitled Shopping Cart Retrieval and Containment by Owners.
We're reconvening. reconvening our city council meeting. Whom are in the back, safe to come. Please come and participate. Your involvement continues.
Help shape times.
Best way
To find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others.
with that,
It's on.
Something.
It's on.
Good morning. We're back from closed session. We will go to Councilman Matucci. He needs to make an adoption on item 10A.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion that we adopt ordinance number 3912. This is the amended version on supplemental number 1. And the motion will also include the ordinance summary for publication.
Start voting, please. That motion carried unanimously, Your Honor.
Thank you. Now we're moving down to adjournment. I'll take a motion for adjournment.
I make a motion to adjourn to our closed session scheduled for Friday, January the 20th, 2023, with a notice that was posted earlier this week.
Second.
Voting. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Good morning and night, everyone.